A very good morning. We welcome you, sir. Welcome, sir. Welcome, madam. Kindly be seated. All of you, please take your seats. The news we hear may not be really news. For some folks claim that much of it's fake. Reporters, politicians state their views, and stars of sports and movies air their take on every issue. Citizens can't tell which to believe, who tells the truth, who lies. The canker spreads, the country feels unwell. A cure requires old wisdom, open eyes. We too must watch our words and tend our tongue and contribute through our ignited minds. A very good morning to the August gathering, esteemed Principal Madam, venerable members of jury, Revered Indira Madam, escort teachers and participants. A hearty welcome to the 25th state level GP Memorial, that is Gopal Patnaik Memorial Inter-School English Debate Competition 2023. This Gopal Patnaik Memorial English Debate Competition is hosted annually commemorating the birth anniversary of late Sri Gopal Patnaik, who was an able administrator as well as a well-wisher of the school. Well, late Gopal Chandra Patnaik was in the capacity of Director, Public Instructions, DPI Odisha, and was also the former member of SMC, School Managing Committee. Sri Patnaik was an ardent reader and loved children to the core of his heart. He was one of the guiding stars during the formative periods of the school. As a member of the School Managing Committee, he had always wanted the young children to have an effective communication in order to meet the challenges of the changing times. To keep the spirit alive, our former principal and regional director, Sir Dr. K.C. Satpathy, had envisioned the state level inter-school English debate competition. Well, this is an endowment prize, and this endowment prizes, two endowment prizes were instituted in the name of late Sri Gopal Patnaik. The first one for debate competition in English among the senior group students of DAB Public Schools of Odisha, which is conducted by each school regionally, and the first, second, and third students are awarded from the interest part of the endowment. The second one is for the teachers whose individual subject average will be highest among all the teachers of 4 DAV public schools in Bhubaneswar. And this commencement of award to the teachers started from 2009. But Gopal Patnaik English debate competition started from 2018. So this is the 15th state level Gopal Patnaik Memorial Inter-School English Debate Competition. And I feel really great to announce that this year we have registered 52 numbers of participants from 26 DAVs across the state who are eagerly awaiting to put forth their views on a very sensitive yet current topic, G20, a mirror of futuristic India. So once again, a hearty welcome to all. Now, let me take the opportunity of welcoming esteemed Principal Madam, Dr. Sujata Sahu, to address the gathering. Please, ma'am.
Namaskar and a warm good morning and welcome to the campus of DAV Public School, Chandrasekharpur. Esteemed judges of today's debate competition, which is being conducted as a tribute to late Gopal Chandra Patnaik, who was a well-wisher of this school, who was a part and parcel of this school and a member of the SMC. My colleagues, Mrs. Indra Bhattacharya, we have observers, Mrs. Sarada Khuntia and Jyoti Ranjan Das, my very own colleagues and my dear students from 26 schools of Odisha. Let me apprise you, we have around 56 schools, but as this competition is meant for only for senior secondary and secondary level, so 26 schools are participating all over Odisha. And those who are a part of this program, I must congratulate you and thank you for coming forward from various places of Odisha to this campus of DAV Public School, CSpur. For the last 15 years, this debate has been conducted and we have seen how it has grown from a small number of 4 schools from Bhubaneswar. Today, it has reached to 26 schools. So this is the interest, this is the level of competition which is being conducted. Let me tell you, dear friends, I'm not going to speak on the topic because all of you are prepared and you must be aware of so many things more than what I know. Let me tell you about this great visionary, Gopal Chandra Patnaik. He was a director of education, Odisha, and he was very honest and an upright person. Very honest. If he found any injustice anywhere, he would not hesitate to stand up and speak then and there. That is why he wanted a debate competition should be conducted. And he wanted students to be straightforward, to be honest, and rise up to the occasion and speak. So as a tribute to this great soul, the Endowment Prize is being instituted in his name in the form of a debate competition. So I hope today this very auditorium will be vibrating with your views, with your comments, with your level of arguments on this topic, G20, a mirror of futuristic India. Now the question arises, why did we choose this topic? G20 summit is going to be conducted in India this September at New Delhi. So everywhere you must be seeing a lot of awareness program, right from the CBSE, from the government of India to the government of state, everywhere, a lot of awareness programs are conducted based on this G20. So we thought, we took this opportunity, why not our students speak about the topic, and while they'll be speaking about the topic, they will be also educating them and also educating us. And for this, we have chosen 3 stalwarts, 3 veteran gurus of teachers as judges. I will not disclose the name, and I know that none of you also must have ever come across the names, because in due course of time, when they will be sharing the views with us, the observations with us, you will come to know to what level, to what extent they are. And maybe while you listen to them, some of you sitting here might become an idol, might take a cue from the speech, and one day be a great person like them. Sir, on behalf of all the participants and on behalf of Team DAVCS Sports School, I welcome you to this forum. I know today it is going to be a very, very hectic day because we have around 52 participants. 52 participants, and this hall is going to be very, very warm in spite of being the ACs around. But I'm sure all of us, we are going to have a very, very befitting time. And so also the judges will be finding it very difficult to judge. To whom are they going to select first, second, and third? So let's give a huge round of applause for all of ourselves before we set the ball rolling and before we begin this today's debate on the Memorial Gopal Patnaik Memorial debate on the topic G20, a mirror of futuristic India. Good luck to all of you. Of course, you know, 4 people will win or 2 people will win, but all of you are winners now because your school has chosen you. Your school has deputed you to take part in this competition. So you have already, half of the battle is already won. The rest is with you who can make it to the top. Thank you once again.
Thank you, madam. Thank you very much for apprising the audience about the hot debatable topic that is G20, a mirror of futuristic India. Well, already Principal Madam has told not to disclose the identity of the judges. Only a hint I can give. Escort teachers and participants, we want this competition to be done in a very fair way. And we all know that G20, a mirror of futuristic India, is the current topic, as our India is going to host the G20 nations this year, has already been apprised by Principal Madam. So we have distinguished and erudite panel of jury from the Department of Political Science, from the Department of Public Administration, and also from the Royal Department of English. We also have among us observer and timekeeper. So everything has been arranged meticulously for the competition to begin. Now, it's time for throwing of lotteries. We have 2 bowls comprising of 25 tokens, each in the categories of for and against. On each turn, one token from each category will be drawn by our judges. Accordingly, the participant has to take his or her turn, first for and next against. So any moment your turn may come. So all the participants are requested not to leave the room throughout the entire competition. We have among us Tanisha Biswal and Adyasha Abilipsa, both of 9F, and both are the senior representatives of the school cabinet. We request Tanisha and Adyasha to help us with the bowl to draw the lottery from the esteemed judges. First, we will take the bowl of 4. Tanisha, you take the bowl. Yes. Sir, can you please pick up a token? Please read out the token, sir. The number. It has to be F.
F1.
F1. What a lovely coincidence to start with. F1 candidate is required to come over the stage. Observer, timekeeper, time starts now. Well, as we are all set to begin the battle of discussion and deliberations, let me apprise the audience, both on and off the screen, about the rules of the competition. First and foremost, all the participants are required to be in their white uniforms and must not wear their I card. Participants must not reveal their identity like name, school name, class, etc. by any means during their presentations. Participants are required to introduce themselves as F1, F2 or A1, A2. That is the token number that they have received during the registration. They will be invited to speak as per the lottery number. Each speaker will get 4-minute time to present his or her views. There will be a warning bell at 3.5 minutes, followed by a long bell at the end of 4 minutes. No speaker is allowed to read out from the script. The performance of the speaker will be assessed on the basis of 4 parameters, that is content, fluency, accuracy, voice modulation, and presentation skill. There will be a short break of 10 minutes after 30 presentations. The results will be announced after the competitions get over. The decisions of the judges is final and law-abiding. Well, a feedback form would be shared with the participants and coordinating teachers that should be submitted before leaving this hall. So this all about the rules and regulations. Now it's time for F1 to debate. Please.
India,
is the cradle of human race, the birthplace of human speech, the mother of history, the grandmother of legend, and the great grandmother of tradition. Our most valuable and constructive materials in the history of man are treasured up in India only. A very propitious morning to one and all present over here, honorable judges, respected observers, teachers, and my dear co-contestants. I'm here today to speak for the motion on the topic F20, a mirror of futuristic India. I strongly believe that the presidency of G20 of India in 2023 is a golden opportunity for the country to showcase its vision, its ambition, its achievements, and its leadership skills on the global stage. India has a lot to offer to the world as a rising power of vibrant democracy and a diverse society. Now, the question is, why has G20 been considered a mirror of futuristic India? I believe that this assertion has been made based on some viable arguments. Firstly, G20 reflects India's aspirations and ambitions to play a key role in shaping the post pandemic world order. As the president of G20 this year, India has the responsibility and opportunity to set the tone and direction for the group's priorities and actions. The motto we have adopted, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, and one future. It reflects India's holistic approach to sustainable development and human well being. Secondly, G20 showcases India's potential and strengths in various domains such as innovation, culture, technology, tourism, and soft power. Today, India is one of the world's fastest growing economies with a young and dynamic population, a large domestic market, and a thriving startup ecosystem. India is also a leader in digital transformation today with various initiatives such as Aadhaar, UPI, Startup India, and Digital India under its belt. We have also emerged as a soft power in the world with our values of democracy, pluralism, tolerance, and peace. Thirdly, G20 demonstrates India's willingness and commitment to become a global player, to take responsibility of the challenges and opportunities it faces globally. India had been at the forefront of the COVID-19 battle we fought against the pandemic by supplying medical supplies and vaccines to over 150 countries all over the world under its Vaccine My 3 scheme. India has also been a champion of climate action by launching the International Solar Alliance and exceeding its Paris Agreement targets. We have also been a partner in peace and security be within the region and beyond by participating in UN peacekeeping missions and counter-terrorism operations. As the president this year, as the president of G20 this year, India has taken up the responsibility to forge commitment and consensus among the various members of the G20 on various global issues. To conclude, I would like to reiterate that G20 is indeed a mirror of futuristic India because it reflects India's aspirations, showcases India's strengths, and demonstrates India's willingness to become a global lead in the world. I hope and I'm sure that most of you would agree that G20 presidency of India this year has not only been an honor for us, but also an opportunity for India to rise and shine on the global stage. Sri Aurobindo has rightly spoken of India. India of the ages is not dead, and nor has she spoken her last creative word. She lives and still has something to do for herself and for her people. Thank you.
Thank you, F1. Now, Adesa, can you please take the bowl with against tokens?
A16.
The next candidate is A16.
Yes, sir.
One Earth, one family, and one future. With this great theme of G20, I wish a wonderful morning to esteemed jury members, respect principals and teachers, and my or the co-participants present over here. Today, I am here to ventilate my views against the motion that is G20, a mirror of futuristic India. It's a matter of great delight that India is hosting G20 presidency since December 1, 2022. And as we all know, it will continue till November 30, 2023. But friends, a lot of euphoria is being displayed on the social media in favoring G20's nation's role in promoting India. But the real truth is far and far away from the false rhetoric. In fact, the very principle of G20 nations is promoting their own interest in terms of business, trade, capitalistic transactions, arms supplies only in the name of climatic change and globalization. Friends, G20, the resolution of G20 may affect the core areas of sustainable development. As many countries are promoting heavy industrialization, many forests have been cleared and many species of plants and animals have been endangered at an alarming rate. We should think that the earth is not merely ours, it also belongs to the future generation. We have not inherited the earth from our forefathers. Instead, we have borrowed it for our future generation. We all know that agriculture is the backbone of Indian economy. With such a exploding population, the agricultural production of the country should also maintain a pace with the increasing population. However, it has been observed that the main focus is not made on the agrarian reforms and the boosting in increasing the crop production. The youths are the future of Indian economy. Technology is good. It is the need of the hour. But the technology should not be at the cost of unemployment. Excessive use of technology can make our educated youths on roads and streets. May I ask the August House that why the G20 nations are looking India with such a great interest? Okay, let it be answered by me. The answer is India has become a platform of business only to drain out its resources and reach wealth from the country. Can't India be self-dependent and self-reliable on its own? Why it requires the help of those Western countries to dilute its culture, language, and dialects every time? It's the time for India to use its immense population in the future and development of the country. Viewing about the diverse challenges of India like unemployment, poverty, its loss in boosting tourism, a question arises whether G20 will be a mirror of futuristic India or not. In my opinion, it will be not a mirror for futuristic India. With due respect to my or the opponents, I must appeal to the government machinery and political leadership to use the platform of G20, which will be the interest of Indian people. Thus, I go against today's motion that G20 is a mirror of futuristic India. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
F23. F23.
F23. F23. Please hand over the token to our cabinet members.
Hayam najo paroveti gadana laghuchetasam udaracharitanam tu vasudeva kutumbakam. This verse states that the one who describes things as his or theirs are small-minded. Wise people acknowledge the whole world as their family. Likewise, India, the land of plethora of cultures and traditions, has always promoted unity in diversity. My respected dignitaries and dear spectators, today I, F23, stand before you advocating for the objectives of G20, which claims this presidency to be successful. The theme of One Earth, One Family, One Future of the 17th Summit has knocked India doors of opportunity to showcase the rich glory of our history, ideologies, and heritage that has been implanted in our soil since generations. G20 accounts for 85% share in the world's GDP and 75% of the global trade. What an opportunity for India, the fifth largest economy, to rise to top one. G20 will help us to broaden our markets in different arenas, resulting in profits from production and export rate. This is not only beneficial for trades, but also increases the turnout percentage in employment, especially in the women-led development, upliftment of the backward sections into the mainstream, etc. In the form of agriculture, G20 has focused on many areas like digitalization for agriculture transformation, food security and nutrition, which will prove as the ace in the hole for the most labor absorbing sector. This presidency is also a step towards rejuvenating our education policy with Western techniques and affordable fee structures abroad to provide a hallway for the youths of the nation. Coming on the health sector, it is an opportunity for India to distinguish the best aspects of health administration of other nations in detail and a chance to dumbstruck the world with the allurements of yoga and Ayurveda. Having established such beautiful bonds with countries doesn't only increase our eminence in taking worldly decisions, but also a shield for contingency situations. Now, if I talk about the route of development, then it's obviously the arena of finance. Inclusive, ambitious, and action oriented were the words of Prime Minister Narendra Modi to describe India's G20 presidency's key achievement in the finance track. Moreover, developing mutual bonds with countries doesn't only mean increase of global trade and governance, but also security and health when in calamities from nature as well as the prodigies. During the super cyclone of 1999, many countries who are now part of G20 supported us financially. During the Indo-Pak War of 1971, it was USSR who then supported us. And today, we look ahead of strengthening our bonds with those countries, both militarily and politically. This G20 is also an opportunity for India to give a new direction and momentum to tackle the global drugs issues with its associated problems like human trafficking, corruption, and bribery, which are degraders of a country's reputation and development. This presidency is also a step towards ending the differentiation of countries into worlds according to the status of development and to penetrate on making the citizens of Earth as pro-planet people. Personally, I see this presidency a chance to fascinate the world with the revolutions in green energy. With this, I would like to rest my words in greatness of G20, which will prove to the mirror of futuristic India. Thank you.
A14.
A14. A14. Please hand over the token to our cabinet members.
विडंबना से क्यों देखेगा विश्व हमें, जब वसुधैव कुटुंबकम का लक्ष्य घर में ही मुकम्मल ना हो सका. Only our leaders meet in luxurious resorts and grand hotels, while millions struggle, their stories they never tell. They talk about equality and reducing poverty, but their actions remain quiet, filled with darkness, dullness, cynicism, and hypocrisy. By your leave, esteemed adjudicators on the dais, and greetings for the day to my revered audience, and effusively my worthy fellow participants, while diligently acknowledging the selfless service of Sri Gopal Chandra Patnaik towards DAV institutions. So in the zeal of this bright dancing lights over us, I humbly present my stance, opposing the opinion of the House within the sanctuary of this debating arena. Beginning with, allow me to elucidate the two words whose interrelation kind of very aptly squeezes out the crux of the proposition. They are mirror and G20. While mirror here signifies something presenting an accurate depiction of reality, here the future, whereas the G20 is an international and global forum of only 19 countries in the European Union. Sounds like an oxymoron. Anyways, it is premised upon economical stabilities with varied agendas and priorities. Now the significant question arises. Can the G20 cater to the intricacies of such diversified democracy and accurately mirror India's unique needs and aspirations? Can the G20 guarantee the basic amenities to millions who think of their next meal? Definitely no. And imagining G20 as a mirror reminds me of a classical carnival game, the Hall of Mirrors. As we traverse through the G20 maze, we encounter distorted reflections, confusion, and an overwhelming sense of being lost into that maze. Having said that, allow me to dive into the notion futuristic India. In my perspective, if this present, what we are perceiving now, was the future of our past, then we have ruined it. And I aspire that we do not commit the same mistake by getting driven with some flattering and utopian topics. Because the G20 toolkit is absent of any enforcement mechanism, and the promises made too have no legal obligations. Evidently, in the aftermath of Russia's attack on Ukraine, the G20 delegates walked out of the meeting plenary in New York. This puts a big question mark on global cooperation, which could be the major factor for the opulence of any developing economy like India, who tends to have a cordial relation with the global South. So when the proposition is so vehemently trying to negate itself, I doubt the literacy of the people who will be trying to support it. Nonetheless, even if the G20 could have achieved its basic objective of financial development, it could have catered many of our problems, like poverty. According to the World Bank, the national poverty line of India is at 21.2%, which is a very detrimental number. But alas, the financial phase of G20 has also remained very futile because of the dominance of developed countries. The recently concluded COP27 at Sharm el-Sheikh is a blooming example of my stand. Because, my dear folk, speeches, meetings, and conferences cannot solve the real world grassroots problems. Now, concluding on a slightly lighter note, I would like to refute some of my worthy fellow competitors who spoke here, and indeed who will be speaking. I guess my favorite author, the Bard of Bihar, Piyush Mishra, must have had the present proportion in mind when he said, कि जिस कवि की कल्पना में जिंदगी हो प्रेम गीत, उस कवि को आज तुम नकार दो. भीगती मसों में आज फूलती रगों में आज आग की लपट का तुम बघार दो. Culminating, my dear folk, I reiterate my stand that India must focus on shining its own mirror rather than getting driven by the illusionary allure of G20, let alone its presidency, because it is not a panacea to solve all world issues. I rest my words, dear folk, thanking you, is A14. Have a beaming day ahead.
Nineteen. One.
F19.
Today, we all are gathered here for discussing a felicitous topic of contemporary India, G20, a mirror of futuristic India. At the very same time, about 2000 kilometers away from this room, in the foothills of Himalayas, the city of love. Yes, I'm speaking about Rishikesh, in which in there 63 dignitaries from different countries are gathered for discussing the finances cities of tomorrow. Is thus not is this is not a good thing? You can appreciate both the topics at the very same point of the time. I, the speaker of F19, I would like to put some on views and put some light on the key aspect of the geopolitical issues through which India is going to show the progress by this G20 summit. Okay, you can have a look that it is in a tense in the grammar we read past, present, and future. The road to the future passes through the present, and we are at the very present stage where we are visualizing the future of India from its present activities. I would start with the recent things, as our Honorable Prime Minister has gone to the 5-day visit to the foreign. It has broken new grounds of pursuing the foreign policies. India supplied 24 crores of COVID vaccine dose to 101 countries, and it, without any threat, buy or purchase the oil from Russia and Russia without fearing to the European and the US countries. It also did not blame to Russia for having a war with Ukraine when all other countries are blaming Russia. Because India, these all things are possible because India is having a highest degree of presidency in the G20 organization. It is having the self-confidence within it. My dear fellow competitors have given a little bit or more or less about G20 organization and composition. I would like to say it a little bit that it is a constitution of 9 countries, 9 guest countries, and 14 multilateral bodies. India is a part of it. India is focusing. India has got an opportunity to show its leadership, to show its progress in different criteria. India is focusing in many global issues like sustainable developmental goals and climatic change, as well as the women-led development power. It is I would like to decode the G20 logo of India. First of all, the G20 logo of India has been inspired by our national flag, Tiranga. Its logo contains one lotus flower with the earth, which shows the development in between the difficulties. The lotus in that logo has 7 petals, which shows the 7 continents of the world, as well as the 7 notes of the music. The tagline of the G20 of India was Vasudev Kutumbak, one family, one earth, and one future. With this tagline and logo itself, India can demand a permanent internship council in the United Nations of Security Council. It can ask for a permanent membership in it. It is a lifetime opportunity for India to show its leadership, to orient the world with its culture, as well as its progress to the in front of the global leaders. That's all from me. Thank you.
A1.
So next up, we have A1.
A very good morning to one and all. Tom Cruise, as the character Roy Miller in the 2010 movie Night and Day, said, and I quote, "Someday, that's a dangerous word. It's really a code for never," unquote. G20 is maybe a powerful symbol of multilateralism and global governance. Someday, it may succeed. But when the Prime Minister of India believes that multilateralism is in crisis and global governance has failed, we are bound to be skeptical. Respected judges, esteemed elders, and dear friends, clear and unambiguous in his message to the foreign ministers and other delegates to the G20, the Prime Minister said, and I quote, "We must all acknowledge that multilateralism is in crisis today. The architecture of global governance created after the Second World War was to serve two functions. First, to prevent future wars by balancing competing interests. Second, to foster international cooperation on issues of common interests. The experience of the last few years, financial crisis, pandemic, climate change, terrorism, and wars has clearly shown us that global governance has failed in both its mandates." Unquote. A failed idea, at best uncertain, cannot, under any circumstance, irrespective of howsoever glamorous and utopian it may look, be an accurate reflection of India's future or India's vision for itself. Hence, the G20 is not, cannot, and should not be the mirror of futuristic India. Secondly, an extension of the above argument is the pure economic character of the G20 grouping. The future of India is to be strong politically as well as economically and to occupy the top table in all forums. Permanent membership of the Security Council may be one of these images of future India. Further, there are social and human dimensions to futuristic India, which may not be completely considered in the G20 platform. Hence, the G20 is not comprehensive enough in agenda to ensure that India's future is properly and accurately reflected. Thirdly, the whole world is the family is the motto for this year's G20. It has also been the underlying philosophy of India since ages. The membership of the G20 is not based on any specific criteria. The G7 members decided who is in and who is out, of course giving some concession at the margins by including the representatives of some others as observers. It excludes 173 nations that are part of the UN. Furthermore, the agenda is quite divergent too, and whenever there are differences between politically powerful players, there is a stalemate, as has been seen on the Russian action in Ukraine. We cannot have a non-inclusive, arbitrary, and fractured grouping as part of our worldview in the future. Of course, the friends on the opposing side may argue that the G20 represents the sustainable prosperity of India in the future, that it gives India a platform to take bold and transformative decisions that will forge the world order. But the basic assumptions for this argument are three in number. 1, India's interests are the same as those of the G20. 2, that the G20 has been successful in ensuring the agenda of development. And 3, that the G20's agenda is comprehensive enough. Neither of these basic assumptions are true, and hence conclusions are bound to be incorrect. That is mathematical certainty. To conclude, I would like to say that a mirror reflects the true image, not an image with heavy filters applied. Futuristic India is the way India sees itself in the future. The idea behind G20 as of now, it hasn't succeeded till date. Its future is failure at worst and substantially uncertain at best. Neither can be a truthful reflection of the India that I envision. Hence my stand. Thank you.
Next up is F8.
We start. If we dream for a better future of our nation, then we must utilize every opportunity that could lead our nation to heights. This statement perfectly captures the essence of G20, a mirror of futuristic India. A very hearty good afternoon to one and all present over here. Today I, F8, stand before you to speak in favor of the motion G20, a mirror of futuristic India. Let's dive back to the time when India was grappling with economic challenges and was seeking a place in the world. The past era had seen India's struggle due to economic challenges, limited global influence, and outdated policies. But today, we can proudly say we are standing at the brink of an era where our nation's potential is shining brightly on the global stage. And once again this year, our nation will shine brightly on the global stage through G20. Have you heard of G20? Let me tell you, G20 or Group of 20 is an international forum that brings together all the major economies to address global issues, tackle finance challenges, and provide sustainable development. And fortunately, this year, India has been handovered with the G20 presidency, and our theme is Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future. In my opinion, G20 is a game changer, and it's the best opportunity to shape our future. Now, you might question me, how can we believe you that G20 can shape the future of our nation? Then let me prove it with some points. G20 Summit allows India to demonstrate its capabilities in various sectors. It provides a platform to show our ambitious projects which will attract investments and different expertise from around the world. The summit can also be used for the implementations of different infrastructure, massive projects such as high rail network, increasement in modern city plannings, and modern innovations, which will transform the landscape of our country and improve the lives of millions of people. G20 will also play an important role in technological development and digital initiatives and entrepreneurship. As a result, India will turn into an innovation hub and will attract tech giants and different companies, which will lead to improvement in employment. I will say overall, G20 is the best thing which can change India in all dimensions. To illustrate the transformative power of G20, let me share a fictional story with you. Ria, a poor girl from a small village of India, she got an idea to develop a machine for farmers, but due to limited resources and money, she couldn't do so. But with the help of G20 Summit, she got the opportunity of an international funding, and later she created the product and sell it to different farmers. So I would say G20 provides a platform to showcase the individual's power and fuel the progress of our country. In conclusion, I would say G20 can improve our future, and it's the time to show the world that we're not a country with just a huge population, but also a competitive force that has the power to shake up the world. Thank you and have a nice day.
A26.
I repeat, 826.
Mirror is a lie. It doesn't show us what is inside. Look in a mirror and one thing is sure. What we see is not who we are. Rightly said by Richard Bach. And in my opinion, the concept G20, a mirror of futuristic India, is just a misconception rather than truth. A vibrant morning to this erudite gathering present over here. I, A26, stand before you all to keep my views against the motion. G20 or a group of 20 is an intergovernmental forum comprising of 19 countries and the European Union. It works to address major issues related to the global economy. India holds the presidency of G20 from December 1, 2022 to November 30, 2023. And the theme of India's G20 presidency is Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, that is, one earth, one family, one future. But is it that facile as it sounds? Absolutely not. As to make it possible is quite challenging and unrealistic at the same time. India is assuming the presidency of G20 at a critical juncture when the global polity is fractured and a new Cold War-like situation seems to be emerging. In the last few months, G20's credibility has taken a hit. It is starting at a crisis because there's an internal rift that is too palpable. As India takes on its presidency, it has to iron out the differences and lead from the front. It has to find innovative solutions and build bridges. It has to chalk out an agenda that has the unanimity of all the members. Internal governance reform is the need of the hour. And India has to give due thirst to inclusiveness and unity. The global economy is in the doldrums. There's financial instability across the world. And to deal with such situation, India has to team up with IMF and WTO. The Russia-Ukraine conflict needs to be tackled very seriously and creatively to nudge both the West and Russia to retreat from the battleground Ukraine. And if this challenge is overcome, the challenge of rising prices, particularly food, will settle down on its own. The most important point is G20 is not a law-abiding body. Therefore, any decisions made by the members of G20 will have no validity until and unless the member countries do not keep their promises. And the chances of keeping their promises often get shaken up due to their personal interest and limitations. So my esteemed teachers and learned friends, let me assure you that in spite of the fact that G20 may not hold the mirror of futuristic India, we cannot ignore its relevance. As a member and currently the president of G20, India can play the role of peacemaker on behalf of Global South and represent the interests of all developing countries. But it is not an easy task. It has to contain the power projection of China. The diverse interests of all the countries would influence the discussions and decision making. India as a leader has to play an important role in making decisions on sustainable development and digital trade. At last, I would like to conclude by saying that instead of playing the role of Vishwaguru before an international audience, we should first try to set our home right. Our future is in resolving our domestic issues instead of keeping other interests. With this, I sign off. Thank you and have a nice day.
F12.
F12.
The major problems that the world is facing today can only be resolved by acting together. One earth, one family, one future. Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. A very warm good morning to one and all present over here. Honorable judges, respected teachers, and all my dear fellow participants. I am F12. Today's topic before me is G20, the mirror of futuristic India. And I am for the motion. The Group of 20, G20, is a premier international forum that brings together leaders from the world's largest economies to discuss and coordinate on issues related to global economic growth and stability. It is a group of 20 such countries that represents almost two-thirds of the global population, 75% of world trade, and 85% of world GDP comes from these countries. As one of the fastest growing major economies, India has a significant role to play in this forum. But why the world felt the need for G20? Before the G20, there was another group of 7 countries called the G7, which included almost all the major developed countries. But as we all know, that the Western powers only care for their interests, for their own economy. Somehow, in a globalized world, things happening in one part of the world can adversely affect to the things happening in another part of the world. So, our India joined the G20 nations in 1999, and its participation has grown its importance over the years. India's economy has been growing at an average rate of 6 to 7%, making it one of the fastest growing major economies globally. The G20 is particularly important for a celebratory country like India, known in Sanskrit as Utsavaha Dharmita, which loves to celebrate and showcase its cultural diversity on the global stage. But how can our India contribute to the global economic growth? Isn't it an important question? One way India can contribute to the global economic growth is through its domestic policies, which would help India to attract foreign investment, improve infrastructure, and promoting entrepreneurship. Furthermore, India's growing renewable energy sector and fintech sector can also contribute to a great extent to the overall economic growth and sustainability. The National Payments Corporation of India, NPCI, has launched UPI Chalega campaign to promote UPI as an easier, faster, and safer way of making payments. Seamless banking at your fingertips. Now, we have to make use of this opportunity, and this will determine how our next decade goes. India's vision is for a just and equitable world. It calls for navigating crisis in a sustainable, holistic, responsible, and inclusive manner. Really, it's true that the G20 is the mirror of futuristic India. Thank you. Have a nice day. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
A22. A22.
Revered judges, respected teachers, and my fellow participants, a very good morning to one and all present over here. I, A22, stand here to speak against the topic G20, a mirror of futuristic India. G20 is an exclusive group of powerful nations who do not welcome scrutiny in their meetings. It has been widely criticized for ignoring the needs of the global south. As most of the powerful nations are from the West, it is natural that their approach would prioritize Western problems and solutions. A significant criticism is that the G20 has been infiltrated by a group of who influence the decision-making process of the G20. The G20's focus on deregulation and trade liberalization is seen as an approach that only benefits the already developed nations without considering its consequences on the developing countries such as India itself. G20 focuses on economic growth instead of sustainable development. There is no point in focusing only on economic growth when power politics and differences between the nations threaten to cause severe lasting damage to human security and global economy. Another significant criticism is that the G20 has been largely ineffective in reaching a consensus and keeping geopolitical tensions from interfering with the group's primary agenda. A prime example is the failure of the group in resolving the economic Cold War between China and the US, which has largely divided the G20. China undoubtedly remains the biggest challenge for India this year, as the government does not seem to have worked out a coherent Chinese policy yet. China has consistently provoked India and broken the border agreements in order to capture Indian territory. In addition, the Russia-Ukraine war further threatens to divide the G20 into two. As the Western nations continue to outrightly condemn Russia, India and the other southern nations stick to a safer approach and refuse to pick a side. As India imports natural resources such as oil, coal, and natural gas from Russia, it has also impacted the Indian economy. Instead of being a mirror of futuristic India, the G20 may also turn out to be a reflection of the past. As Indo-China relations continue to remain icy, there is no guarantee that another full-blown war like the Indo-China War of 1962 will not occur again. Moreover, in a public statement issued by a number of Indian civil society groups, the government of India has been accused of using the G20 presidency as an opportunity to garner votes before the upcoming national elections. Finally, I would like to conclude by saying that keeping in mind its own approach towards the geopolitical tensions and the various criticisms targeted at its presidency, India would likely have a difficult time trying to mediate between the opposing sides and reach a common ground, which may end up jeopardizing her relations with the member nations. Thank you for your patience and have a wonderful day ahead.
F7.
F7.
Himalayam samarabhya yavat Hindu sarovaram tam deva nirmitam desham Hindustanam prachakshate. Stretching from the great Himalayas to the Indian Ocean lies a country called Hindustan, which is believed to be built by none other than gods. Namaskar. I, F7, am here to express my views in favor of the topic. G20, a mirror of futuristic India. Well, on 1st December 2022, India began its year-long presidency at the G20, taking over from Indonesia at a point of geopolitical turbulence and uncertainty over post-pandemic economic recovery. India has successfully adhered to the democratic principles of running a pluralistic society consisting of 1.4 billion people of various ethnicities, races, and religion. Therefore, it is fitting that India has assumed the G20 presidency for the year 2023 as it celebrates 75 years of its independence and enters into the Amrit Kal. It is the perfect timing for India as a civilizational state to rise to the occasion and show the way. As my worthy opponents may highlight their short-sightedness by saying that India would have to reconsider her approach towards the G20, considering the geopolitical instability in Ukraine. Here is my counter-argument. India has successfully managed to convince the major world powers that its pursuit of self-interest will guide it to stick to a principled position that calls for peace. In nothing short of a diplomatic coup, India has kept its ties with Russia intact, while also
deepening its relations with the West. This has helped India rise as the voice of the global South at the G20. Or as the Indian Foreign Minister, Dr. S. Jaishankar put it, made the world realize that Europe's problems are not the world's problems. Another argument that may arise is that can India afford to be the G20 president at a time of a possible global recession? In my point of contradiction, I would say that besides being the fastest growing economy, India has taken a 65 place leap in the World Bank's ease of doing business rankings, demonstrating the expounding investor confidence and improved business climate. Okay, so what are the problems the world faces today? Correct me if I'm wrong, but according to me, they include inequality, climate change, and the devastating effects of the post-pandemic period. To my dear opponents who would question India's stand on these at home, here is my counter argument. India has successfully combated these issues at home through various schemes like International Solar Alliance, Startup India, Make in India, Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao, and many more. Coming to the health status of my country, India was amongst the first countries to launch a vaccine for COVID-19 and has successfully vaccinated almost all its citizens. India has also supplied these vaccines to the nations in need, showing its true spirit of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. To conclude, I would assure my worthy audience and my skeptical opponents that with these stellar credentials, India is well poised to give a solution-driven and futuristic leadership, being the G20 president for the year 2023. Thank you and Jai Hind.
A2.
I repeat, A2.
Every opportunity begins with a greater challenge to invent and reinvent. Good morning, everyone, respected jury members, worthy emulators, and learned assembly of audience. On the topic G20 a mirror to futuristic India, I'm strongly against the motion to opine. G20 is an informal group of 19 countries and the European Union with representatives of IMF and World Bank. The G20 was formed in the backdrop of financial crisis of late 1990s. Even though lately this organization has gained some popularity, I'd like to put forward some questions about its endeavors. What authorizes G20 to take a leadership role? What influence do emerging countries have on overall concept of developmental policies? Are the countries interested in advancing their national goals, or are they really working for collective good? These questions are still left unanswered. A precise argument against my friend speaking for the motion is that G20 has its own set of challenges regarding equitable world trade, social justice, greater democracy, and many more. It has done precious little about these important challenges. One of the major failures of G20 was reflected in its inability to revive the Doha development of multilateral trade at WTO. Today, G20 is seen addressing issues like climate change and women empowerment and has lost its focus on global financial issues. This shows that it is diverted from its sole purpose. India began its G20 presidency on December 1st in 2022, which, according to reports, comes at a difficult time when global economic outlook remains bleak. India has taken up this huge responsibility, though it can become stressful for India in addressing shared global economic challenges like global inflation, food and energy security, and macroeconomic implications on climate change. The point of contradiction is that, firstly, being a part of G20 forum can be expensive for India. Additionally, participating in G20 requires significant resources like time and manpower, which could be directed towards pressing issues in our own country. Secondly, India's G20 presidency can lead to increased expectations from the international community. The Russian invasion of Ukraine last year had further adversely influenced world's food and energy security and had pushed global economy towards recession. Less than a year after Taliban recapturing Afghanistan, India began its operation with Indian embassy in Kabul. The Sri Lankan political and economic crisis was a further challenge in the neighborhood. Even though India took over the presidency 7 months back, it has not yet taken any major initiative taken any major initiative in the fields of improvement. India began its G20 presidency with the theme, One Earth, One Family, One Future. This theme of togetherness has not yet been achieved in our own country, where communism and communal rights are a part every day, when we are expecting to do it on a global context, which is even more vast and diverse. India needs today a new approach to secure challenges, one that is founded on a long-term vision of India's interests, one that has well-defined strategies and visions to realize these strategies with action plans being regularly implemented. Because G20 represents only a part of the world's population and good 193 countries are not members, India should find ways to include latter's concerns. Doesn't what we mean by Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam get contradicted with the fact that only a part of world's population and few handful of countries are shining under the sun, whereas there are many countries still lurking in the dark? My deliberation with my patient listeners ends with me standing firm in the opinion that we have a long way to go before finally considering G20 as a mirror to futuristic India. That's how I'd like to conclude. Thank you. Have a glorious day.
F22.
F22.
Revered judges, respected teachers, and my dear friends, a very good morning to one and all present over here. I, F22, stand before you all to speak in favor of the topic G20, a mirror to futuristic India. Well, starting with what G20 is. G20, or the Group of 20, is a group of 20 nations which focus on the major economic issues of the world. This year, India will be hosting the presidency of G20. The G20 countries accompany 80% of the total economic output, 75% of the world trade, and 60% of the total population. As poet Mattis Stepanek once said, unity is strength. Wonderful things can be achieved if we have unity and cooperation. And so does the theme of the summit, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future, which affirms the value of humans, plants, animals, and the interconnectedness with planet Earth. Thus, the year 2023 serves as a momentous year for India to re-establish its trade with old partners, establish new ones, and enhance the image of India on a global scale. There are a few definite ways in which the G20 can help India. For example, the food crisis that is caused due to the Russia-Ukraine war, the lack of fuel supplies can be moderated by establishing a fair, transparent trading system with the countries. The new technologies, the sharing of new technologies with the other countries can help India achieve various new job opportunities and investment plans. Concludingly, I would like to say that achieving the presidency of the G20 is not at all a big deal for India. However, how we utilize the presidency actually matters. The world has very well shown how we fail every time. And when we get only and only negative news about a country, we think that nothing good can ever happen in that country.
But that is not true. We are giving huge leaps in green economy. And in fact, fintech is the most advanced in the world. Thus, this is our chance to show the world who we truly are, to show the world what capabilities we have. Or as stated in the Bhagavad Gita, Vidya Vinaya Sampanne, Brahmane Gavi Hastini, Shuni Chaiva Shapakecha, Panditaha Samadarshinaha. Thank you.
A13. A13. 1-3.
A13.
Respected dignitaries, esteemed principals and supervisors, and my dear fellow participants present over here. Today, I, F13, stand in opposition to the motion G20, a mirror of a futuristic India. And I firmly believe that G20 does not expose India's strongholds and capabilities, but rather is a hindrance on its path of progress and potential. The G20 is an informal and unaccountable group that lacks representation and legitimacy. It has excluded over 170 countries from its decision-making process, which stands as a blockage of the world's aspiration and diversity. Then how can we claim G20 to be a mirror of a futuristic India when it fails to include the majority? Furthermore, the G20 has been ineffective in tackling the most pressing issues of the world. For example, poverty, climate change, inequality, pandemics, and many more. According to the renowned American activist Nick Dearden, he states that the G20 is a self-serving club of the rich and the powerful, who promote policies that indirectly lead towards global inequality. The G20 has consistently neglected the needs and aspirations of the poor and underdeveloped nations. Then how can we claim G20 to mirror a better future for India when it fails to include the needs and aspirations of the poor and underdeveloped nations? Now, coming to India's G20 presidency, well, India has successfully been coordinating with the agenda and strategies of the West and its allies, rather than putting forward its own vision and strategy. According to Professor Sriram Choria, a dean at the Jindal School of International Affairs, he states that the G20 is not a mirror of futuristic India, but rather it showcases its past dependence on the West and its inability to chart its own course in the world. Then how can G20 claim to be the mirror of a new India when it fails to showcase India's own targets, goals, and aspirations? Well, now my proponents may argue with me that G20 has benefited India by providing it a stage at the table of global decision making, by enhancing its prestige and influence, and by providing it more opportunities for coordination and learning. Well, then allow me to explain you why G20 is not as significant as it seems to be and why these arguments are flawed. First of all, having a seat at the global decision making does not ensure you an equal voice or vote. The G20 operates by consensus, and this means that any member can veto over any decision. Thus, this puts India at a very significant disadvantage over the other dominant countries such as the US, China, or Germany. Secondly, enhancing prestige or influence may seem very appealing to all, but we need to question the purpose behind it. What does India tend to gain by enhancing its prestige and influence, but rather not focusing on its strength and capabilities? The G20 is a forum that lacks coherent vision and agenda, but rather focuses on the short-term policies of the presiding country each year. Now, addressing the most important issue. My proponents may argue with me that G20 has been addressing the common challenges that have been posed by the world in our day-to-day life, and I'm in complete agreement with them. But it needs more than deliberations and discussions. It needs action and accountability. Regrettably, the G20 has excelled in talking, but faltered at delivering. Let me take up an example. G20 has successfully mobilized in talking about $100 billion per year and ensured it by the end of 2020. But it has not even succeeded in gathering more than half of it. In conclusion, I think that G20 is a roadblock to India's vision and potential. Rather, India should focus and leverage on its own strength and capabilities for building a new, a better, and a future India. With this, I sign off. Thank you, everyone, and have a nice day ahead.
F14.
I repeat, F14.
Long years ago, we made a twist with destiny. And now the time comes when we shall redeem our pledge, not wholly or in full measure, but very substantially. So were the laudatory words of Chacha Nehru on the eve of India's independence. Today, independent India overhauls with its enticing culture and astounding progress. Keeping aside the customary way of greetings and incepting the talk amidst the symphony of intellectuals, I stand firmly with the opinion of the desk in this venerated and rather magnificent enterprise. Commencing, the G20 is an illustrious gathering of the world's leading global economies, and while addressing the world's leading global economic issues and nurturing a collaborative cooperation. Honorable Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi has declared that the presidency will be inclusive, ambitious, and action-oriented in making it a people's G20. Now let's pay some heed to the relationship of India with the Habibis. During the I2U2 summit held in July last year, UAE committed $2 billion in investment towards construction of food parks in India, precisely in Madhya Pradesh and Gujarat, Congo to the Gujus. Agriota gives an opportunity for the Indian farmers to stack their products in the Emirati stores and directly reach out to the entirety of the Emirates. Presidency gives an opportune moment for both India and UAE to show their viable strategies and frameworks which can forge the basis of food security in the global south. The 21st century has experienced a groundbreaking change in the field of technology within the Democratic Republic of India. Substantiating my perspective, Indian intellects have catered us with the easiest and the most secure payment system, that is UPI. During the Sherpa meeting held this year, representatives of our fellow countries have had the interface used and were astounded to see India advance in technology and preserve its culture at the same time. It should be high on the presidential agenda to promote these sprouting ideas which can propel the world to its technological peaks. Yoga, the brainchild of Indian saints and sages, has proven itself as a boon to the country. Indian presidential agenda should try to promote yoga for the world to be a better place to thrive in. Prime Minister Modi had tweeted saying, India commences its presidency. As it assumes this important mantle, I ask myself, can the G20 go further still? Can we catalyze a mindset shift benefit? I believe we can. If the convener himself believes he can, who are we to obstruct the belief? Surprisingly, 50% of my fellow mates present over here have prepared lengthy scripts on contradiction to this belief. But sadly, your efforts are in vain. Thank you for maintaining silence as due to the death of my opinions. Supporting this, Sir Walter Lippmann had said some lines which say, in a democracy, opposition is not only tolerated as it is constitutional, but must be maintained as it is indispensable. India is not just a country, my friend, but rather a breaking force which can shake the whole world with its amazing outcomes. Having said this, I take your leave. In the aura of Shakespeare, may peace be with all of us.
A15, 1-5.
A15.
India will assume the G20 presidency for the coming year with the chosen theme, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, and an inclusive, ambitious, decisive, and action-oriented agenda to realize the vision of one Earth, one family, one future. Sounds great. Honorable Chair, respected dignitaries, revered jury, and my worthy opponents. This is A15 wishing you all a very warm morning. And today I'm here to express my views against the topic on how G20 is, in fact, not going to be a mirror of futuristic India. Rather, it is no doubt going to be a ceremonial tightrope walk for India with a multitude of challenges, almost impossible to address and resolve successfully. The topic of this debate, G20, a mirror of futuristic India, seems to be over-ambitious, hyperbolic, and unrealistic. Much like the manifesto of a political party, rather than being a solution to global issues like transboundary challenges, macroeconomic implications of climate change, shared global economic challenges like sovereign debt crisis, food and energy insecurity, rising levels of poverty and hunger, and rising geopolitical tensions. The inherent defect with the G20 is that its membership is grossly unjust. Europe is overrepresented, Africa is underrepresented, and low-income countries have no representation at all. Is it inclusive multilateralism? Besides, it does not have a permanent secretariat, a legal framework to back up its decisions, or a formal enforcement mechanism to implement its decisions. The presidency of the G20 is fraught with challenges. With nations behaving weirdly, it is very difficult for India to ensure getting together for the global good and play the role of a Vishwaguru, potential mediator for resolving geopolitical conflicts and asserting diplomatic grandstanding, with the Russia-Ukraine war being a potential spoiler. We cannot hope the Indian presidency to perform miracles from G20 to resolve global financial reforms and managing volatile capital flows, economic slowdown, rising food and energy prices, and restrictive trade practices under the cloud of conflict of interest. Member nations will never afford to sacrifice their petty national interest and think of global prosperity. For example, India's own neutral stance on the Russia-Ukraine war, critically abstaining from the crucial votes in the United Nations, and opportunistic purchase of Russian oil as it was cheap, puts a question mark on India's credibility. I have a question for my opponents. With such backdrop, can we expect Indian presidency to prove G20 to be a mirror to futuristic India? I must remind you that G20 is not a forum to showcase India's futurism, considering the outcomes of previous G20 meets to cater to the rising global expectations mirror. Her futurism is practically not going to be that simple for India. Being an Indian, I would certainly cherish the glory of my country, but at such cloudy backdrop, I don't see much progress there from the G20 summit. G20, instead of being a mirror to futuristic India, would rather be a crown of thorns and a nightmare.
Thank you and have a nice day ahead.
F21.
I repeat, F21. A very good afternoon to one and all present over here, esteemed judges, dignitaries, and worthy participants. It's rightly said, G20 deliberations on a range of occasions through the years will help India develop, showcase its technology prowess, and initiate new partnership. I am convinced that the topic G20, a mirror of futuristic India, rightly summarizes the India of today and tomorrow, and I stand high in favor of the topic. As for the futuristic vision of India, I look through the prism of 5 core dimensions that have obviously made the developed nations of the G20 really futuristic, prosperous, and advanced. First of all, policy, social equity, and harmony, willing and able rulers, and independent institutions play a pivotal role in shaping our nation as a futuristic one. We can gain access to many systems and practices that can inspire us to remodel ourselves with adoption of best practices in these core areas. Esteemed judges, it's noteworthy to mention that democracy, diversity and inclusiveness, openness and independent institutions propel growth and development. Interestingly, most of the G20 nations are democracies. The G20 is a plethora that can facilitate economic collaboration between India and other member countries, fostering trade and new partnership. Directly engaging with the global businesses can act as a catalyst for new investment, promoting innovation and entrepreneurship and technology transfer that can help India develop its economy. The G20 is a key player in expanding the financial inclusion of India through digital technology. There's a saying, knowledge increases by sharing. The G20 can help in the knowledge exchange, capacity building, and enhancing the high order thinking skill, leading a path of better education system in India. The countries out there will play a vital role in enhancing the reasoning capacity of the people by promoting vocational training and better quality education. We'll get a chance to present our ability at the international level, which will be worth speaking of how developed we can be. India, being the most populated country in the world, faces a lot of social and sustainability challenges. This international platform can prop up India's efforts in this area by attracting a lot of financial resources, technology transfer, sharing best practices, waste management, resource management, climate change mitigation, and whatnot. This plan of action can be a game changer for India in developing its poverty-stricken condition and developing a better India to live in. Speaking of the most blazing topic of today's world, the unleashed dance of death of COVID-19 highlighted the ever-present need for a unified call to global health governance. This prodigious platform can help India develop its healthcare system, promote researches in healthcare, and development in life sciences. It talks about the ever-required collaboration. It talks about the ever-required collaboration in healthcare system on pandemic preparedness and response strategies. Esteemed judges, for me, G20 enable an environment for global growth and development. It can play a critical role in financial stability, handling crisis, providing quality and affordable health, and finding perpetual solution to many global challenges. With G20's presidency and its motto, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. Yes, I repeat, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. India underscores its pivotal role in this global stage.
This surely mirrors the futuristic India that each one of us dream of, that each Indian standing out there dream of. With this, I'm signing off. Thank you.
A20, 20.
820.
Objects are closer than they appear in the mirror. But can the futuristic mirror of G20 give us a vision of a dreamful and developed India? I think the answer is embedded in the atmosphere of ambiguity. Let's explore to find the correct answer. A warm afternoon to the everyone present in this intellectual forum, esteemed jury members and my dear friends. I am a common man who is raising a question against the dignity of democracy, that whether the pace, the momentum of development is either being proactivated or pacified by the introduction of G20 in the World Forum. A beggar, a businessman, both are dwelling in different situations of life. Both aspire to grow in life and develop. But can the discussion being held at 200 places in India without any concrete action be helpful in providing a solution to it? Well, I sadly say the answer is no. When the word development comes to my mind, I think about a quote said by the late Prime Minister of India, Sri Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji, that development will be on that day when every head has a shelter, every mouth has a food, and every child has a book to read. G20, a futuristic mirror, shows us our imperfections in life and give us a chance to make it perfect. But if the mirror is projected in a wrong direction, we would be a piece of comedy and joke for the world. And I don't think India should be at that place. Since the last decades, we have been listening three words. India is a developing country. But why there is a backlash of time? Is it due to corruption or democratic conflicts? In a process of marching ahead, we should focus on the upcoming hurdles. But still, we are repenting about our turmoiling past. That should not be the approach of a country. In the Daily, on 17th of October 2022, there was a headline that the US dollar is strengthening, but the Indian rupee is not weakening. I think this is a point of concern, but the leaders are not discussing about it in the World Forum. It would lead to a fluctuation in the stock market, increase in inflation that is about 5 times higher, but still no point of discussion. Who you will say me that the people is growing, the country is growing, GDP is growing, income is growing, but my dear friends, rich is getting richer, poor is getting poorer. This should not be the approach of a country. People are discussing about climate change, but at that moment only 10 trees will be chopped off to set up an industry. And I don't think development at the price of nature is other than disaster. Thousands and crores of rupees is being spent to put the banners and advertisements on the road, but that lump sum amount of money could also be used for the development and upliftment of the society. It would do a great cause in the development process of India. I think Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam does not mean to help others, but to help ourselves. In a country like India, we are not helping our own people, not our own poor. Then how can we grow external affairs? Lastly, I would like to the famous saying by Lord Sri Krishna, Karmanne vadhikarastu ma phaleshu kadachana. Do the right work. Don't think about action. But action and discussion are pointless. But action with a positive discussion should have an ambition that is spiritually embedded, which will lead you to perfection in life. You will become a perfectionist and a successful person. Thank you everyone for listening to me. Have a nice day ahead.
F24.
F24.
Alone we can do so little, but together we can do so much, says Helen Keller. A gracious afternoon to one and all present over here. Honorable jury members, respected teachers, worthy fellow participants, and my adoring brothers and sisters. Today, I am privileged enough, having received such an worthy opportunity to ventilate my notions on the motion G20, a mirror of the futuristic India. The Group of 20 or G20 is a premier international forum that brings together leaders from the world's largest economies to discuss and coordinate on the issues related to global economic growth and stability. As one of the fastest growing economies, India has a significant role in this forum. In the year 1999, India joined G20 as a founding member, and its participation has grown its importance over the past few years. In the recent years, India's economy has been growing at an average rate of 6 to 7%, making it one of the fastest growing economies in the world. Its growing importance has made India an increasingly relevant player in the G20. Now, let me discuss what are the contributions of India towards the global economic growth. One way India can contribute to the global economic growth is through its domestic policies. The Indian government has implemented a series of economic reforms to attract foreign investment, improve infrastructure, and promote entrepreneurship. Another way India can contribute to the global economic growth is through its engagement with different countries to promote the international trade. The G20 Presidents of India provides India with the opportunity to promote an inclusive and open trading system which will be benefited for more developing as well as developed economies. As a member of World Trade Organization, India can work with other G20 countries and promote a rules-based trading system. India can also play a crucial role in promoting the financial stability and reforms in the global financial system. Now, let me discuss what are the benefits of India from the G20. Number one, economic growth. The G20 platform is one of the biggest platforms for many developing as well as developed countries. The India will also get a chance to attract foreign investment into the country. It will also get the opportunity to get engaged with many larger as well as developed economies. Number two, improving its domestic infrastructure. The hosting G20 will provide India with the opportunity to invest in its domestic infrastructure, such as communication networks and technology. The G20 Presidents of India provides India with the opportunity to demonstrate its commitment for a quality life for all its citizens and a developed society which will be equitable for the society. Number three, advancing its economic interest. Hosting G20 will provide India with the opportunity to enhance its economic interests, such as greater access to markets, and enhanced investment flows, and more favorable trade and investment agreements. The theme of the G20 is One Earth, One Family, and One Future. That is Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, which signifies the significance of life of all forms on the earth, including microorganisms, humans, animals, plants, birds, etc., and the interconnectedness on earth and beyond. It also represents India's ambition and aspirations to live with dignity and respect. But the G20 is expected to contribute to the international community and provide a respectful society for all the citizens. Unity does not mean sameness. It means oneness of purpose, says Priscilla Serrer. At last, I want to say that I am an Indian and I am proud to be an Indian. Thank you. Have a cheerful day ahead.
A10. 10.
A10.
I ask myself, can the G20 place a fundamental mindset shift to have a benefit? Sorry. Can the G20 place a fundamental mindset shift to benefit humanity as a whole? I believe it can't. Might be in the future, but not at the very moment. A very warm afternoon to everyone present over here. I'm Aitan and I'm against the motion. The following points will explain why I'm against the topic. G20 does not necessarily reflect the ideas and aspirations of a developing country like India. The decision-making process within the G20 is heavily skewed towards developed countries, which may not align with India's specific priorities and concerns. While the G20 primarily focuses on economic and financial issues, a futuristic India should prioritize social development, which may not be sufficiently addressed by the G20. My worthy opponents have told that G20 recognizes the importance of climate change. I don't think I agree to your statement. India is highly vulnerable to the impact of climate change. However, the track record of G20 does not address climate change. A futuristic India should place a stronger emphasis on environmental sustainability. India is a country of diversity, with varying economic disparities between different regions. The G20's policies and decisions may not take into account the unique challenges faced by different states within India, which require tailored approaches for optimum growth and development. A futuristic India should prioritize internal economic reforms rather than solely relying on the G20. Active participation in the G20 can also require aligning to priorities and interests of other member countries, which may not always align with India's national goals. China, Turkey, Saudi Arabia, and Egypt refused to attend G20 meeting at Srinagar, citing Kashmir as a zone of conflict. This may be questioning the unity of G20. Nations of G20 are not united, then how are we going to fight? How are we going to face global issues unitedly? G20 often overlooks the cultural and social factors which are important to shape a nation's identity. A futuristic India should embrace its rich cultural heritage and diversity while envisioning its future. With this, I believe that my points are able to convince you all regarding my stand on this motion. Thanks for a patient hearing. I apologize for the mistakes. Have a productive day ahead.
F6.
F6.
A joyful June afternoon to one and all present over here. Distinguished dignitaries, respected judges, and esteemed teachers, and all my dear friends. I, F6, my heart fills with pride as I'm standing on this dais to strongly support that G20 is a mirror of futuristic India. So before I come to the topic, let me take you back to the year of 1997. Many East Asian countries were threatened with an economic crisis, Currencies were falling in value, businesses were going bankrupt, and many people were losing their jobs. Other countries appeared to be under the threat as well. There was a widespread of concern. And so in 1998, in the USA, a crisis meeting was held, attended by 22 countries. This meeting was a milestone which resulted in the establishment of G20 in December 1999. But yes, there must be a question in your mind that what's the role of India in G20 and how G20 matters to India? Sir Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji said, I dream of a nation which is prosperous, strong, and caring. And India, which regains the place of honor in the Committee of Great Nations. Indians proved themselves and got the G20 presidency from 1st of December 2022 to 30th of November 2023. India's G20 presidency would undoubtedly be a watershed event in the history, as it play a very vital role in finding numerous solutions to global issues. Our country, India, has conceived the entire world as one family, and that is why the theme of G20 is Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, and one future. A theme that brings G20 to focus on sharing of global growth in being with harmony with the nature. The lotus, indeed, a symbol of hope. It has been known since time immemorial that united we stand and divided we fall. This G20 will definitely pave a way for all the citizens all over the world to reach the destination of prosperity. Lotus, in lotus, there are 7 petals. There are also 7 notes of music. When 7 notes of music combine together, they create a perfect harmony. Similarly, is the 7th continent when walks selflessly to make this world a better place, then I'm sure peace, prosperity, and knowledge would prevail everywhere. India, a home of 1.3 billion people in the confluence of tradition, custom, and religion. A thriving global center of technology, world's largest democracy, as one of the oldest civilizations in the world, having the 5th largest economy in the whole world, our country, India, is proud to have the G20 presidency. As our country blooms to a new era, we look into some pioneer symbol for humanity to emerge victorious from challenges. In this fragmented post-COVID world, India takes and will surely drive some consensus on the key issues that major globe apart are facing to emerge as a global leader. I truly believe that if we win together, we can lead the whole world together. We can put our country at a place which thousands have dreamed of. Together, we can transform our India from a developing nation to a developed nation. Let's understand people, their aspirations and challenges. Let's join our hand together for a common national mission. Remember, the lamps are different, but the light is same. Thank you so much and have a great day ahead.
A21.
A21.
A very warm afternoon to one and all present over here. Honorable judges, respected teachers, and dear participants. I'm privileged to express my views on G20, a mirror to futuristic India. But I'm totally disagreed with this proposition and believe that the realistic image of a futuristic India doesn't lie in our association with G20. From G7 to now G20, the coming together of nations seems to be a good idea. But the future development and prosperity
of India has not been ushered in by being a member of G20. First of all, let me tell, the international geopolitics is all about gaining sphere of influence, dominance, and emotions. Most advanced G20 nations are very much protectionist, restrictive, and domineering. They have restrictions in technology transfers to vital areas like health and medical science, space technology, military technology, nuclear and allied technology, semiconductor, etc., etc. To name a few advanced countries among G20 nations have dominance in international governance and institutions, economic institutions and transactions, multilateral international bodies, restriction, and setting the international agenda. They have restrictive trade practices denial of their market access, and discriminatory treatment to a third world country like India. Let me ask each one of you one question. Are we proceeding towards the nation once we dreamed of? Once we filmed of? I think no. Just being a member, if we visualize India as a futuristic developed nation, or really we were living in a world of foolish paradise. The sordid reality of India is poverty, corruption, pollution, overpopulation, lack of access to quality health care, sanitation and education, unemployment, as well as infrastructure. For me, the mirror of futuristic India lie in our own sincere and honest efforts and dedication. Through our frugal innovation, we have made affordable innovations cheaper than those of Hollywood movies. Just like MOM, the Mars Orbiter mission, which just only cost rupees 450 crores. Hence, we are the mirror of futuristic India. Building a futuristic India requires the collective efforts of its people, including citizens, policymakers, entrepreneurs, and other stakeholders. It's interesting to know that Indians possess a valuable local knowledge and expertise about their own culture, tradition, societal dynamics, and challenges. Indians have a deep sense of national pride and ownership when it comes to shaping their country's destiny. This deep sense of responsibility and belonging foster a drive to contribute to India's progress and work towards a brighter future. India has a large and diverse population which can be transformed into a significant human capital advantage. By investing in education, skill development, and entrepreneurship, Indians can harness their potential and contribute to technological advancements, economic growth, and social progress. Honorable judges, I affirm my point of view that mere membership of an international body like G20 doesn't reflect or mirror a futuristic India. It is a long way for us. Yes, I repeat, it is a long way for us as we are riddled with problems at various levels, with varied dimensions and intensity. With this, IA21 signing out. Thank you and have a glorious day ahead.
F11.
F11.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished faculty members, esteemed guests, and my dear friends, today I invite you to gaze into the mirror of futuristic India, where the possibilities are boundless and the horizons stretch beyond imagination. This mirror reflects a nation that has not only embraced progress, but has propelled itself to the forefront of global innovation and excellence. As we peer into this mirror, we see a nation powered by renewable energy, where clean and sustainable solutions have replaced the reliance on fossil fuels. Our cities are adorned with gleaming solar panels, wind turbines gracefully dotting the landscape, and electric vehicles silently navigating the streets. We have harnessed the power of the sun, the wind, and the water, becoming pioneers in renewable energy revolution. Our commitment to a greener future has not only reduced our carbon footprints, but has inspired other nations to follow our footsteps. In this mirror, we witness a digital India where technology has become the lifeblood of our society and economy. We have built a robust infrastructure that connects every corner of the nation, bridging the rural-urban divide and empowering every citizen with access to information, education, and opportunities. The digital revolution has created an ecosystem of innovation, entrepreneurship, and employment, unleashing all creativity and potential of millions. Artificial intelligence, blockchain, and quantum counting are not so longer distant concepts, but integral tools in transforming industries and enhancing the quality of life. The mirror of futuristic India reflects a society that celebrates diversity and equality. We have moved beyond the cycles of prejudice and discrimination, creating a society where everyone is embraced and valued for their unique contributions. Women have shattered glass ceilings and assumed leadership positions across sectors. Inspiring generations have taken part in the mirror of futuristic India. Minorities and marginalized communities have been uplifted, ensuring that no one is left behind in our collective pursuit of progress. This inclusive progress, built on the principles of compassion and empathy, stands as a shining example to the world. Education remains the cornerstone of futuristic India, where knowledge is revived and learning has no boundaries. Our schools and universities have transformed into hubs of creativity, critical thinking, and experiential learning. Our school Our commitment to a greener future has not only reduced our carbon footprints, but thank you, and let's march forward together towards a future that excels our grandest dreams. Thank you.
A12.
A12.
Separated, you will likely to be fall, but united, you'll rise at all. A very warm good afternoon to one and all present over here. Honorable chief guest, respected judges, esteemed principal, teachers, and all my dear friends. I, A12, welcome you all on today's topic of discussion, G20, a mirror of futuristic India. I oppose the motion. So first, let us talk about what is G20. G20, or Group of 20, is composed of 19 nations and a European Union. It works to address major issues like financial development, sustainable growth, etc. Its members are highly influential on sectors like trade and military. As we all know, India is going to organize the G20 summit this year, and some believe it to be influential in our growth story. But is it really so? Nowadays, you'll get to see flower pots are being placed, roads and gardens are being decorated, meetings are being held, etc. But the present members of G20 have complex interest on various issues. For example, some countries like USA, Canada, Australia are against the Russia-Ukraine war. But some countries like India, China, and Saudi Arabia have not even presented their views on it. Even in official meeting, war is being undermined by the word conflict. Conflict? Do you really think it's a small conflict? No, my friends, not at all. And it is not like that we have good connections with China and Saudi Arabia. With China, we recently had the Galvan issue, and Saudi did not attend our G20 meet at Kashmir due to some political and religious inclination. That was for politics. Now let us talk about the financial meeting which was held at Bengaluru, which was highly criticized for not having any consensus on some issues while chairing the finance ministers from 20 nations. In one hand, we are being away from our principle by not having any firm stance on war. And in the other hand, we are not even able to convince all the countries to have a discussion on major issues like poverty, climate change, etc. Hosting a global event comes at a cost, and it costs a lot in terms of infrastructure, which can never be used again. Every time any global event happens in our country, what our government does is just hiding the poverty, decorating, etc. These may look good, but these are only a patchwork, not a mirror to our futuristic India. While we are dreaming of a new and futuristic India, mere hosting a summit won't suffice. While we are hosting any global event, we should look at our current status. India's unemployment rate has been rising for quite a while. Jobs are not being created at a good rate. And at the same time, inflation is at all-time high. We are not even able to educate our youth properly. 80% of engineers are still unemployed in India. Many of the fifth standard students are unable to read the books of first standard. The top 4 most polluted cities of the world are in our country. We have the lowest press freedom index. We have the lowest female workforce participation. All these will not be solved by some magic wand as G20 is seen. And the recent railway disaster has shown a mirror to our crippled bureaucracy. And yes, corruption. 90% of Indians have given or taken bribe. Our previous global event, which was held in 2010, had a scam of whooping 10,000 crores. I repeat, 10,000 crores. I'm very happy and proud that India is hosting G20. But hosting G20 this year will only give India temporary diplomatic leverages and fame, which is temporary just like a shooting star. But to shine like the moon, one has to face the heat of the sun. And that is what I want. That is what the people of India want, which will not happen just by conducting ceremonies or meetings, but by actually putting forth our sweat and hard work. With this, I remain and hope the best for the nation as well as the globe. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you. Well, let's take a 5-minute break, bio break. Just after 5 minutes, again, we are resuming. Please don't leave the room. The washroom is just at the back of this hall. You can avail the washroom. Just for 5 minutes, we are taking the break. My fellow colleagues, the esteemed escort teachers must also be enjoying the next participant is F2. F2, please come.
It is the long history of humankind that those who have learned to collaborate and improvise have most effectively prevailed. Good afternoon, everyone, esteemed jury members and fellow debaters. I, F2, stand before you to express my favoring opinions on G20, a mirror of futuristic India. As the world evolves and strives towards a better future, the G20 stands as a mirror, reflecting the image of a futuristic India. But what lies within this reflection? The G20 serves as a catalyst for shaping India's destiny, propelling it towards sustainable development, global leadership, and a transformative tomorrow. The G20 is a conglomeration of major economies offering India vast economic opportunities. India benefits and tech transfer by actively participating in the G20. Collaboration with the G20 members may stimulate growth, attract foreign investment, boost innovation, and lead to job opportunities. These economic development programs align with India's ambition to become a worldwide economic powerhouse. While it is true that the broader agenda of G20 encompasses various global issues, but it is important to note that India can still strengthen its participation in the G20 to address its own pressing national challenges as well and advocate for its priorities and gain access to expertise and resources. Why not see G20 as a complementary program to address its own unique challenges rather than one solution for all of our problems? The G20 serves as a platform for sharing best practices, excellence, and expertise when it comes to sustainable development and climate change. By engaging with international institutions, India can attract foreign investment and secure financial support for its own sustainable development and climate change initiatives like the Panchamrit, 5 Promises for a Greener Future, and Lifestyle for Environment. India is all set to host more than 200 events across 50 cities. G20 events being held in various cities across India will lead the delegates and guests to catch a glimpse of the diversity of our nation. As our External Affairs Minister, Dr. S. Jaishankar puts it, India may not immediately benefit from the G20, but in the next 5 to 10 years, as the delegates return to their nations and mention about the diversity, heritage, and culture of our country, it will definitely be a boost to our tourism industry. India's G20 serves as an opportunity for our development into a future superpower. Through economic cooperation, diplomatic influence, knowledge sharing, leadership, and cooperation, India can utilize this platform to accelerate its growth and, most importantly, solidify its image on the global stage.
In this Amritkal, with various summits being held throughout the year, Chandrayaan 3, Hockey World Cup, Men's Cricket World Cup, and so much more, the G20 provides India a platform to be heard, recognized, and appreciated as a country with enormous potential and innovative solutions. In a nutshell, as India holds and shapes this year's G20 agenda, we are reminded that the journey towards a better future is never a solitary one. It is a collective effort guided by the spirit of cooperation and inclusivity. Together, we can create a future that surpasses our imagination, leaving a lasting legacy for generations to come. In the reflections of the G20, we witnessed the image of a futuristic India, where ambition meets action, diversity thrives, and the image of a better tomorrow shines brightly. Thank you.
A8.
A8.
Well, before moving directly to the topic, how about we have a brief discussion about the G20 presidency in India? From 1st December 2022 till 30th November 2023, India will assume the G20 presidency. It will host about 200 meetings of the forum across the country during this, and at least one meeting will be held in every capital. The G20 or Group of 20, an intergovernmental forum of the world's major developed and developing economics. Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed judges, and my fellow debaters. Today, IAI-A8 stand before you to argue against the motion that G20 presidency is a mirror of futuristic India. We all know that G20 is the forum for international economic corporations, representing about 85% of the global GDP, more than 75% of the global trade, and about 2/3 of the world's population. Well, the G20 summits are attended by head members of government or state or finance minister or foreign minister and other high-ranking officials. While it is true that G20 summit brings together world leaders and addresses global challenges, but we believe that it can't solely reflect the true essence of futuristic India. Well, the first and the foremost reason is the limited representation of countries in the G20 summit. Well, the G20 summit consists of 20 members, which represents a fraction of world's nations. Well, to be honest, India's presence at the G20 summit is quite notable, but it cannot fully represent the true essence, the true diversity, the true complexity of a country like India, which comprises of various cultures, traditions, languages, and socio-economic backgrounds. Well, by its very nature, the G20 summit can't reflect the diverse reality of India. As one of the largest emerging countries, India has to compete with other G20 members for attention and resources. The interest majors in economics, like the United States, China, and the European Union, often dominates the discussions, making it harder for India to specify its concerns. Well, we all know that India faces numerous challenges such as poverty, inequality, inadequate healthcare, environmental issues, and etc. While G20 summit may discuss these problems, but it cannot accurately mirror a futuristic India unless these challenges are effectively addressed and resolved within the country. Well, while the G20 summit serves as an important platform for global communities, it cannot accurately mirror a futuristic India. To fully embody the spirit of futuristic India, it must address global challenges. It must promote its cultural identity on a global scale. It
must showcase its advancement in technology. It must uplift its marginalized communities. Well, the G20 summit is just one piece of puzzle, so shaping India a truly futuristic India. Here, I conclude my point of view that why India can't accurately mirror a futuristic India. Thank you so much for your patience hearing. Thank you.
F20.
F20.
Esteemed members of the jury and my dear friends, for many countries of the world, when they think of a futuristic vision, they are aiming at unattained glory for their country. But for my country, it has a different connotation. It stands for reclaiming the lost glory. For a nation that used to be the central hub of international trade and commerce for close to 600 years during the medieval period, and all modes of communication from China, Europe, Persia, whole of Eurasia, and parts of Africa converging by land and sea routes to this landmass, it is not new to become the cynosure of all eyes of the world. But the journey of resurgence after gaining independence to shed off the tag as a poor and developing nation and to march ahead as a leader who can provide new ideas and concepts for a more equitable and dignified world order has definitely entered a new phase on 1st December 2022, when India assumed the presidency of the G20 summit. And G20 is composed of 19 countries and European Union, accounting for 60% of world's land area, 2/3 of global population, 75% of international trade, and 80% of world gross product. In a multipolar world where the Ukraine war has seriously destabilized the economies of many countries of the world, India is promoting the central theme of our effort. One earth, one family, one future. And this universal sense of oneness is taken from our fundamental principle of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. As the largest democracy of the world and the fastest growing economy, India is on a mission to promote environmentally conscious practices and a sustainable way of living. Living for today. Every country will do, every single country. But living for tomorrow by working on global priority areas such as green development, climate finance, inclusive growth, public infrastructure, technology transformation, and women empowerment are the key aspects of our efforts to achieve SDG, that is Sustainable Development Goals, and secure a better future for generations to come. Promoting a responsible lifestyle at an individual as well as national level, addressing the global skills gap, ensuring a human-centric approach to technology and knowledge sharing, and building inclusive agricultural value chains and food systems, India can definitely create an impact on a long-lasting impact on the minds of many people of the world that we have arrived big time. Thank you for your patient hearing and have a wonderful day ahead.
Thank you. Already 24 participants have 24 What I mean to say is that in the score sheet of the judges, in a sheet there are 24 participants. In the first sheet, 20 participants are over. So we are compiling the results of the 3 esteemed judges with the help of teachers from our school as well as escort teacher. We have with us Madam Jyoti and Madam Swagatika from DVCA Spoor. And we have Mr. Pavitra Mohan Kabi from DAV Jharsuguda, who are involved with this compilation of result of the first sheet. This is for the edifice of the audience on and off the screen. Let's resume with our next token.
A18.
A18.
First of all, good afternoon to one and all present over here, to the respected jury members and all my opponents. I am A18 and today I am going against the motion G20, the mirror of futuristic India. With 1.2 billion population and the growing economy is the third in the world economy when it was stated by the Russian and Ukraine war, India's recent growth has turned out to be a significant one in the 21st century, apart from its independence 1947. At the present time of G20, India's achievements have made the concerned citizens of it to think that it can make the success as well as can bring the realities from the illusions of a mind. But I believe mere 100 people are there in this world who think that G20 itself is facing a lot of challenges. Major countries, big powers are always strategically competing with each other to get the economical and political gains. But where are we still? We have still not been able to find the single solutions to the global problems. Global problems are not limited with the syllabuses of the economic books, which are being taught to the students of the world. The major countries members are always trying to make the G20 a miniature form of United Nations, which is a big mistake. We are not trying to understand the problems that we are still facing in our country, in our world as well. But we are jumping into the pool knowing nothing. It's not a problem at the international level, but the problem is still being at the national level as well. There's multipolarity without multilateralism, which is the brewing crisis within the G20 itself. How can we expect the lives to be dependent on the G20? We cannot. It's quite impossible. The Indians are quite expective towards the G20. We all have come so far from the 1947 not to expect a failure, but we have come so far to expect a success of ourselves. This presidency is quite achievement. It's a quite big thing for us to feel proud of ourselves, but it's not a thing to believe that we are not facing the global challenges and the challenges that we are surrounded. But I feel that India can stand by itself only when we Indians will learn that education can be the important part of this role. Because education can impart the importance of the G20 role as well as can bring the success of our own country when we will be able to stand tall and think broad-mindedly among ourselves. And that's how we can bring a change in our world and help other economically growing countries by bringing the legacies of our own country. Thank you.
F4.
F4.
A cheerful good afternoon to one and all present over here. At the very outset, I want to clear my viewpoint. G20 is a mirror to the futuristic India. Friends, it brings me pride to remind you that India in its presidency hosts the 2023 G20 summit at New Delhi, the first ever G20 summit to be held at South Asia under the theme of One Earth, One Family, One Future. The theme itself is thought-provoking, isn't it? Today, as we dive into the realm of futurism with respect to the G20 community, we find that India stands in the forefront of innovation and progress. Ours is a country that has embarked the winds of changes and have constantly strived to create a better tomorrow for its citizens. As we envision the years to come, it mirrors clearly that India's G20 priorities are poised to play a pivotal role in shaping the best future for our country. Firstly, G20 allows India to showcase its potential, highlight its economic reform, and present itself as an attractive investment destination. Through active participation in the G20 discussions, India can create its own economic agenda and can even contribute to the policies which are beneficial for its own citizens. Initiatives such as the Ayushman Bharat and Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana have changed the life of millions of Indians throughout the country. By uplifting the marginalized sections of the society, India is creating a future leaving no one behind. By investing in education, skill development, and job creation, India can propel itself to the new height of economic prosperity and social progress. Secondly, the G20 serves as a platform for knowledge exchange and capacity building. As India aspires to become the global leader of innovation and technology, the G20 serves as a space to collaborate with the advanced technologies. Moreover, the G20 presents an opportunity for India to address the global issues which can have a direct impact on its future. For instance, climate change and environmental sustainability are the pressing concerns that require collective effort. As a member of the G20 community, India can actively contribute to the global efforts in mitigating the climate change. Additionally, the G20 opens up the door for trade, investment opportunity, and collaboration in the field of infrastructure development, defense, and cultural exchange, through which India can gain abundance. Is that all the G20 holds for India? No, friends, not at all. The G20 represents the future of India in several significant ways. It allows India to engage with the world and form global policies. Even India can address the global challenges such as the global terrorism and can even enhance its geopolitical influence. The G20 provides a pathway for a prosperous, inclusive, and a futuristic nation, enabling India to emerge as the global leader in the years to come. Hoping that G20 will undoubtedly place India in the top of the rung, I won't forget to thank you for your patient listening. Thank you and have a fabulous day ahead.
A25.
A25.
Honorable judges, fellow debaters, and respected audience members. I, A25, rise today to present my arguments against the notion that G20 represents a mirror of futuristic India. While India has undoubtedly holds significant progress in recent years, it would be misguided to believe that G20 as a collective accurately reflects the future trajectory of India. It is more important to recognize the limitations and complexities that prevent it from accurately reflecting the future trajectory. I have several key points
highlighting the limitations and disparities that challenge the notion of G20. India, with its vast population, cultural diversities, and socio-economic complexities, cannot be accurately represented solely through its participation in G20. G20 is an economic forum focusing on macroeconomic issues. India was not achieved that extent in the field of education, healthcare, social development, and technological advancement. In regional and domestic priorities, the issues like border disputes, geopolitical tensions, and regional alliances have direct impact on India's path forward. It cannot be ignored as G20 is a global platform in sustainable development goals. India should prioritize sustainable development, taking into account environmental conservation and social equity. While India has made commitments to United Nations, but G20 has not consistently demonstrated a collective effort to these challenges comprehensively. The future of India heavily relies on its ability to harness technology for sustainable development, digital transformation, and innovation-driven growth. The G20's limited attention towards these areas makes it an insufficient reflection of India's future as technology-savvy nation. India, the G20 holds significance as a forum, as a global economic discussion. It falls short of representing socio-economic issues, social development, sustainability, and regional partnership to prevent it from being an accurate reflection of India's future. By ignoring all these, how could G20 go through the theme Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam? Thank you. Have a nice day.
F16.
F16.
Greetings. Greetings of the day. Greetings of the day to one and all present here. Respected judges, honorable observers, my fellow competitors, and dear audience. First of all, I F16 would like to express my gratitude for giving me this wonderful opportunity to speak on today's topic. Today, the whole world is looking at us and admiring us for our remarkable global performance in spite of such an uncertain and a global recession environment. Getting the presidency of G20 at such a time is like the icing of the cake. The G20 presents a unique opportunity for the country to advance its priorities on the global stage and to shape the discussions and outcome of the G20 summit. Let me now explain you briefly how G20 will help us to grow in a much faster pace. Boosting its global profile. Friends, as we all know that India is a rising superpower with a growing economy and a flourishing startup culture. However, it still faces some issues with its international standing and in becoming a major player in the global economy. The G20 presidency gives India a chance to showcase its political and economical achievement to the whole world and to raise its profile as a leader in the Indo-Pacific region and in the global south. The G20 presidency offers a platform for the country to showcase its sustainable development program for all and to promote its view of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, that is one earth, one family, and one future. Advancing its economic interests. The G20 offers a platform for the country to promote its economic interests, such as enhanced investment flows, greater access to market, and more favorable trade and investment agreements. Being the most populous country in the world and having a large consumer market, India is an attractive destination for foreign trade and investment. The G20 offers an opportunity for the country to further its economic aspirations, to generate employment for its youth, and to leverage its profile as a major player in the global economy. Tourism and G20. The G20 provides a strong platform for the country to showcase its sustainable and green tourism practices to the whole world. India is continuously making efforts to establish itself as a global MICE destination. And this goal has been very well coincided with the G20 summit happening this year. Hence, it is the right opportunity for the country to showcase the country's world-class facilities and top-notch hospitality to the whole world and attract more tourists. With an increase in the tourism industry, travel industry will also get a boost, leading to an increased demands of ticketings and booking. Shaping the global agenda. As the host of the G20 summit this year, India will have a significant role in setting the agenda for the meetings, determining the focus of the discussion, and shaping the outcome of the G20 summit. This gives India a chance to shape the global discourse on important issues such as inequality, poverty, terrorism, climate change, renewable energy, digital technology, and global food security. By this, India will definitely emerge as the global world guru, increasing its global visibility. As the world's fastest growing major economy of today's era and hosting the G20 summit this year, it provides India a chance to increase its global visibility and to showcase the country's potential, cultural richness, and strategic importance. Thus, I do not agree with those who have come to speak against the motion, and restating to my points to favor the motion of the debate, I would like to say that the Indian presidency of G20 is undoubtedly a path for the country towards becoming a major power global house. The G20 accounts for around 85% of the global GDP, 75% of the world international trade, 2/3 of the world population, and 60% of the land area. And especially while India hosting the G20 summit from last year December to November 2023, undoubtedly a mirror of futuristic India in growing a spectrum of all relevant areas of significance. Thank you for your attention. Jai Hind, Bharat Mata ki Jai.
A7.
A7.
A hand that rocks the cradle, the procreator, the mother of tomorrow, shapes the destiny of the civilization. And such is the tragic irony of fate that a beautiful creation of God, such as a girl child, is today one of the gravest concerns facing humanity. And what tickles my nerves the most is when a 16-year-old female law aspirant was brutally stabbed and bludgeoned to death in a busy public alleyway in India's capital. So what sort of future do we envision through G20 when the condition of the women as well as the transgender community in our country is still in peril? So has now India actually become a place where the midday sun is always expected. With this phonetic note, a very scintillating afternoon to this very esteemed mandate. My fellow comrades and the august audience, I'm the token representative of A7, and I thank this opportunity to refine and polish myself on this respectable platform. As I firmly stand in against of the motion, G20, a mirror of futuristic India. Sheer size and diversity make governance, let alone coherence, an innate challenge. Despondently, the world's most populous nation at 1.4 billion people still stands as the 5th largest economy in the entire world, acquiring the per capita income of rupees 17,000 only. And as a matter of fact, the country's 3 richest provinces are 3 times richer than the 3 poorest. In the middle of the morning chaos of the cities and the polluted roads that encircle it, in the hue and cry of the masses chanting the slogan of Jai Hind, Jai Bharat, Atmanirbhar Bharat, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam and what not, we are still stuck with those unfulfilled dreams which are envisioned by our eminent leaders, while some are yet to be imagined within the framework of India's map.
let me apprise you to the current political situation of our country. The office bearers aren't focused on making any significant changes in the existing outdated vulgar systems, rather indulged in the power snatching processes. While here, we are planning air-conditioned chambers for these officers, whereas the BPL families still don't even get the basic amenities and resources. Here's where I would raise a question on how the income tax department never fails to issue the taxation notice on time. Then why does our government fail to issue a public disclosure document containing the legitimacy of all the government expenditures done from the taxpayers' money? While here we are celebrating our presidency in the G20 Summit 2023, nearly 4,500 children are dying out of hunger every single day in our country. In this G20 Summit 2023, as India emphasizes to unite the entire world towards a common goal and a better future, we must not forget that we are not yet a developed nation, instead just a confederation of extremes. At the end, I address myself by quoting something from Rudyard Kipling. If you can dream and not make dreams your master, if you can think and not make thoughts your aim, if you can meet with triumph and disaster, if you can talk with the crowd, nor lose the common touch, or walk with the kings and keep your virtue, then my son, remember, yours is the earth and everything that's in it. With this, now I, Shreya, shine out. Thank you, everyone.
Once again, a reminder, candidates are requested not to disclose their names while speaking. Well, 32 participants have spoken till now. And now its time is 1:30. Let's go for lunch break. Again at sharp 2 o'clock, we will resume the rest 20. But all the participants are requested not to leave this room. Thank you.
F13.
F13.
Revered judges, excellencies, and august gathering, a pleasant afternoon to one and all. Today, the motion of the House is G20, the mirror of futuristic India. With profound optimism, yes, I can envision G20 as the mirror of futuristic India. G20 presidency is not merely a diplomatic meeting for India, but it's a new responsibility and the measure of the world's trust in India. Indians do not see one world or third world, but only one world. Since time immemorial, India has been honoring the proud proclamation of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, which has been imbibed as one earth, one family, one future. Inspired from the Maha Upanishads, which provides status to animals, plants, human beings, and the microorganisms who are interdigited with the planet Earth. G20 presidency also has its theme as Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. So, my dear friends, isn't the value which manifests such excellence? So, can't the implementation work miracle? G20 is an intergovernmental forum comprising of 19 countries having 85% global GDP and 75% global trade, representing 2/3 of the world population. Isn't it enough to steer the futuristic India? My worthy opponents who say that the G20 is a hindrance to the nation's progress and doesn't cater to the need. Let me apprise you of the fact that G20 2023 has led down the major thrusts like food security, depicting farmers first and the sustainability of agro-food systems, green development, climate finance to outsmart the climatic disaster and to get a zero net emission by the year 2070, in which India will not add a single carbon particle, 1 billion ton cut in a cumulative emission, and India's 50% energy requirements are made from its own renewables. Digitalization and technological transformation, digital infrastructure and the cyber security, progressive sustainable development goals like clean water and sanitation, zero hunger, climate action with 169 targets across the 17 goals. Along with, it also consists of digitalization with a digital infrastructure, the women development of having improved women economic inclusion with 87 legal reforms, inclusive and accelerated growth which aims at providing health and hygiene to all the world's citizens, along with a 10 trillion rescue package to tackle the health crisis of COVID-19. India has also developed its defense system with the invincible arms and ammunitions like the indigenous Bhishma tank and the Predator drones from USA. For those who say that G20 is only for the rich and powerful, let me tell you that India will hold 200 meetings in 50 cities across the 32 working streams. It will also provide the G20 guests a glimpse of India's vividness to enhance our trade and tourism. So G20 strives for both the nation's and the world's progress, and also lead the youngsters as entrepreneurs with perfect labor and craft, woven into a socio-political sovereign society which will have
sans poverty, sans incompetence, sans terrorism, sans incompetence, and it will make India the Vishwaguru, the global leader. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
A3. A3.
Next, we have A3.
G20 means next to Almighty. What a pity. Global heads will discuss poverty, whose planes are second to their palaces, where the poor have no place. They will join some lavish dinners where the citizens languish like sinners. There is no food, shelter, or better clothing. Recession has given them global mourning. But this score surely needs more in terms of revision when the global mood is sore. A warm afternoon to one and all present over here. Respected judges, esteemed opponents, faculty members, and the audience. This is contestant number A3 from the center of Odisha, standing hereby against the motion of G20. So, as we all know, G20 is an economic forum that discusses major issues such as climate change mitigation, women empowerment, child development, poverty, and hunger. It includes of about 20 members, which are 19 countries and the European Union. And this year, it will be working under the motto of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, which literally means one earth, one family, and one future. But there's a noxious fact here. G20 accounts for about 80% of the gross world product, 75% of the international trade, and 60% of the world's landmass, 2/3 of the world population. So it literally means that G20 will be discussing the financial issues of the most developed countries of the world, thus collectively ignoring the interests of the other backward countries. So as far as G20 is concerned, the earth only has 19 countries. 19 countries make up the earth's family, and the future will belong to only 19 of them. And that's Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam for us. Nowadays, G20 has lost focus on its main objective, that is financial discussion, and is focusing more on the other topics such as women empowerment and hunger. It is still not able to revive from the Doha development round of the multilateral trade negotiations at the WTO in 2013 and is discussing other issues. Two of the world's largest trading nations, USA and China, are still following the practice of mercantilism. That is, a practice of global nationalism and economic prosperity of a nation through restrictive trade practices. And G20, being the self-proclaimed world's largest economic forum, is unable to arrest the drift. The date was 1st December 2022, when the presidency of G20 was given to India, to a country which places its political needs before the global economy, to a country whose ruling party cannot miss any chance of its promotion. The logo of G20 was made with the lotus in its foreground, which symbolizes the political party. Although the political party still argues that it was not about, it was to symbolize the cultural heritage of India, but the members of their own political party have claimed that there was a political party meeting before the making of the logo, and they decided to make it to symbolize their political party. This year, G20 summits will be hosted in Kashmir too, which is a brave decision, to be honest, but completely illogical as far as the safety of the world leaders is concerned. As a final word, I would like to say that G20 is just a forum and not an institution. So there is no guarantee of it not lacking any consistency in the future. So G20 and India, to be particular, needs to reform the transboundary challenges to financing the needs to MBDs. Otherwise, G20 will be as helpless as WHO in the COVID-19 pandemic and UN in the Russia-Ukraine war. With this, I sign off. Thank you.
F18.
F18.
To grow yourself, first you want to know yourself. A good afternoon to one and all, honorable judges, respected teachers, and my dear fellow debaters. This is F18 and standing before you to express my views in favor of the motion G20, a mirror of futuristic India. The G20, or Group of 20, comprising of the world's major economies, serves as the platform for global cooperation and decision-making. India's active participation and growing influence in the G20 showcases its aspirations for a futuristic and progressive society. Let us know how India's involvement in the G20 reflects its potential and its prowess in developing the nation. My first viewpoint is regarding economic powerhouse. India's inclusion in the G20 reflects its remarkable economic growth and potential. With a rapidly expanding middle class and a vibrant entrepreneurial ecosystem, India stands as the economic powerhouse of the future. Through the G20 platform, India is provided with an opportunity to engage with some world's major economies, attract investments, and foster trade partnerships, so that India could run on the tracks to become the world's third greatest economy. My second viewpoint is on sustainable development and climate action. India's active participation in the G20 showcases its commitment to sustainable development and climate action. Through the G20, India can collaborate with other countries to address climate change, promote renewable energy sources, and achieve sustainable developmental goals. India's ambitious initiatives, such as the International Solar Alliance and its commitment to reduce carbon emissions, reflects its nature to build a futuristic and environmentally responsible society. My third viewpoint is on innovation and technology. India's presence in the G20 highlights its prowess in innovation and technology. The nation is home to a thriving tech industry and a young, dynamic workforce. By engaging with other G20 members, India can foster collaborations, share best practices, and harness the power of technology for societal development. The Digital India campaign, aimed at transforming India into a knowledge-based economy, exemplifies India in making it a leader of the digital realm. My last viewpoint is on social inclusion and global governance. India's involvement in the G20 signifies its dedication towards social inclusion and global governance. Being the largest democracy in the world, India aims in importance of participatory decision-making and ensures representation for all sections of the society. India's vision for a futuristic nation that promotes equity, justice, and inclusive growth is reflected on the G20 stage. At last, I want to conclude that the role of G20 as a mirror reflects India's aspirations and potential in making it a futuristic nation. From its economic prowess and commitment to sustainable development to its focus on innovation and social inclusion, India aims to build a prosperous, technologically advanced, and equitable society. Let us celebrate the role of G20 as a mirror and acknowledge its efforts and role of India in making a dynamic and progressive one. Thank you.
A24, 24.
A24.
A very good afternoon to one and all present over here. Today, I am privileged enough to speak a few lines against a famous notion, that is G20, a mirror of futuristic India. So first of all, let's discuss what exactly is G20. G20 or the Group of 20 is an international group of 19 countries and the European Union, along with the representatives of IMF and the World Bank. It comprises of a mix of the world's largest, advanced, and emerging economies. Now, together, the G20 membership represents about 80% of the global GDP, 75% of the international trades, and 60% of the world's population. Now, what are the aims of G20? The G20 basically focuses on a broad agenda of issues based on global importance. Now, however, although the issues related to global economy dominate the agenda, many new additional items have become more important in the recent few years. For example, tax and fiscal issues, trade, employment, women empowerment, inclusive entrepreneurship, fight against corruption and terrorism, 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, and so on. Now, even with this much high level of efforts, the G20 also has its demerits. Now, what are those? Let's discuss. The first one is there's no enforcement mechanism. Now, this means the G20's toolkit ranges from simple exchange of information to deciding upon common and measurable targets to coordinated action, but none of this is achieved without a consensus. Except to provoke social accountability. Next, the decisions aren't legally binding. The meetings are based on discussions which terminate in the form of declarations, but these declarations aren't legally binding. It's just an advisory group of the 20 members. Next, polarization of interests. This simply means that not all the members of the group have the same aim. They are all divided by their personal interests. For example, recently the Ukrainian presidents were invited to the G20 summit held in November 2022, but the USA demanded not to invite the Russian president, or else it and the European countries would boycott its address. Similarly, strategic NATO tension and Russia's territorial aggression in Georgia and Crimea have changed global priorities a lot. Next, insufficient legitimacy. The G20 excludes more than 4/5 of the world's countries. This has led to many critics and the excluded countries to claim it as unrepresentative and hence an insufficient legitimate. With this, I conclude my speech. Thank you.
F17.
F17. India. India is progressing with futuristic vision, a modern approach, courage to dream big, and extraordinary confidence. G20 at 2023. India Summit is a galvanizing gateway to futuristic India. I do believe that it is a mirror of futuristic India. Good afternoon to one and all. Revered jury of GP Memorial Inter-DAV Debate Competition, worthy opponents, and all esteemed dignitaries. I stand here to speak for the motion G20, a mirror of futuristic India. To begin with a very fundamental question of what is G20? G20 or Group of 20 is an intergovernmental forum for international and economic cooperation. This includes a set of 19 major countries and the European Union that come together to discuss on major economic and financial issues. Found back in 1999,
After the Asian financial crisis, this summit work has proved it to be a true catalyst of change. G20 is not simply an idle global forum of 19 to 20 countries. Rather, it is a democratic desk for world peace and prosperity that India always advocates for. That's why I believe G20 is a firing fusion and catalyzing outcome for rising India. India, being the fastest growing economy in Asia and world, as per the World Bank report, has secured a significant position in global economy, as G20 covers 85% of the global GDP, 75% of the global trade, and 2/3 of the global human resources. India has to come to have a crucial role to play in catalyzing development globally. As a strong advocate of free trade, banking, e-commerce, India can work with other G20 countries to promote a more open and inclusive trading system that benefits all, particularly the developing economies in the time of their rising sovereign debt. India can contribute to the global economic growth through its domestic policies and reforms like Digital India, Skill India, Atmanirbhar Bharat, Make in India. India, that is Bharat, has always been a believer of the world being one big family, beyond boundaries, demarcations, and all barriers. G20 in this regard is a pioneering platform to make the ambition of the world come true that lies in its theme, one family, one earth, one future. India can work with the leading international organizations like ILO, WB, UN, Asian, WHO, etc. As this time, G20 has invited them as international guests to its Delhi chapter. Thus, I am 100% confident enough that G20 is surely a mirror of futuristic India. Thank you all. Have a good day ahead.
A23.
A23.
India's vision for the future cannot be confined within the limited scopes of G20. Terming G20 summit in India as a futuristic mirror is nothing but demeaning all other avenues and capabilities of our great country. Good afternoon, esteemed jury and honorable members of the audience. This is A23 and I stand before you today in opposition to the motion that claims G20 to be the mirror of futuristic India. To begin with, we all are aware of today's date, 27th June, that is 6 months into 2023, 6 months of G20 being under Indian presidency. Also, 6 months of 146 million people still living below poverty line, 6 months of 2.3 million trees being cut, 6 months of unemployment rate being hiked from 7.8 to 8.11%, 6 months of 6,74,000 cyber attack cases already being reported, and finally 6 months of a corrupt officer still asking for bribe to get your work done. These are the statistics that I present in opposition to the objective of G20 that my worthy opponent claims to be fruitful. When these aren't even a new concern for our nation, these topics have since been vocal from the date of conception of G20. 23 years of assurance that was never fulfilled. And again, these objectives happen to go hand in hand with the objectives of UNO, UNESCO, and UNICEF, which India is already a part of. So, dear audience, clear this doubt of mine that why is there even a need of another forum which cannot provide anything extra or miraculous and stands on the pillars of assurance?
I believe forming such forum is only dividing this Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam into bits and groups. Moreover, I'm afraid the nations leading and becoming ally have deceived in the past in the pretext of assisting the poor and peace-loving nation. While the forum supports free trade and liberalization, the unfair practices have affected the Indian market deeply, thereby adding their contribution to the unemployment rate, destroying the domestic industries and local producers. Whereas my statistic and research prove that our own indigenous schemes like Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana, PM Housing Scheme, etc. has provided much more benefit to our nation than this forum has ever did from its 23 years of commencement. To reflect a truly futuristic India, G20 must be more inclusive and provide an equal platform for such a diverse and emerging economy like India. It is crucial to ensure that the voices and aspiration of the world's largest democracy is heard and represented at higher table. So to conclude, I would like to hammer on my points once again. India's path to prosperity and sustainability cannot be solely determined by this forum. We must critically analyze its relevance to India's future. Let us understand that India's true mirror is held by its own people who are working tirelessly. Let us not solely rely on G20 as our only solution to the innumerable lingering domestic issues. And by then, I hope G20 to get rid of its all inherent flaws so that when we meet again in future, that time I would be standing on that podium and love to speak for the motion. Thank you.
F9.
F9.
As India assumes the mantle of the G20 presidency, let us ask ourselves, is the G20 still progressing? Are we mobilizing a fundamental shift to be benefiting the entire humanity? Are we creating a change? I believe we are. With that said, a very good afternoon to all the thoughtful minds present over here. I am here to speak in favor of the given motion, G20, a mirror of futuristic India. With the motto of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, India has embarked on the year-long journey of the G20 presidency. G20 is a platform for inculcating the culture of collective action, coordination, and consensus building by strengthening multilateralism. India has already committed itself to goals such as peace and security, gender equality, and economic progress for universal benefit. But here, the question is, why these agendas? I mean, there is no contention on the contextual urgencies of these goals, right? But the rationale for these agendas goes beyond that. Priorities set by India are the reflection of the past and present of India's culture. And this, my dear friends, is the reflection of the burgeoning future that we are going to achieve. Talking about the future, I put this question to each one of you. What is our future? What do we interpret from this heavy term futuristic India? A developed India? A majestic India? Some would say a nation having its own indelible identity and global influence. In the diplomatic history of India, we have never had these many powerful nations, the top 20 economies of the world, and their leaders come to India. Today's era must not be of war. With these words of PM Modi, the world has started looking at India's presidency as a platform for bringing peace. Thus, India has already acquired the position of a global peacemaker. Don't you think this is such a powerful step towards futuristic India, a nation which since independence has been striving to have a say amongst the top nations of the world? India's presidency by experts across the world has been regarded as an exceptional and unprecedented opportunity. But why is this tagged with the word unprecedented? It's because India's presidency has come at a very crucial period where the world is collectively recovering from the atrocities of the pandemic and the war. So here, many of my worthy competitors have said that India's presidency in such inflationary situations can worsen the existing conditions with just a little mismanagement. But I believe this is an opportunity for India to establish a new world order. Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam is not just a mere jargon. Instead, it's a mission and vision statement given by India to the world for collective prosperity. G20 is an opportunity for India to show its heights of excellence, from economic progress to innovations to startups and whatnot. It is crucial for India for the reason that it includes all 5 members of the UNSC, G7 and BRICS countries. What a grace that India is now brightly shining on the global horizon. To conclude, I'd like to repeat my stance that the developed, majestic, and futuristic India of our dreams is now right in front of us, camouflaged with the G20 presidency. We work to promote the universal sense of oneness. Hence, I repeat our salient theme: one earth, one family, one future, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. Thank you.
A9. A9.
A9.
We the Americans read Jhampa Lahiri's novels over samosas. We vibe to Diljit Dosanjh's songs in Coachella. And yes, thank you, Mr. Prime Minister, for teaching the entire world how to stay fit and healthy with yoga. With these very words said by the US Secretary to our Honorable Prime Minister 2 days ago, I wish everyone present over here a very hearty afternoon. Today, I feel extremely elated to stand over here and speak against the motion G20, a mirror of futuristic India. G20, which does not have a shadow of itself, how can it be called the mirror of futuristic India? As the name suggests, G20, it comprises of 19 countries plus the European Union as its members out of the total 195 countries of the world. It lacks legitimacy. It lacks the say of vast majority of its nations. There is no transparency over how decisions are made. Then how come is it good? Now, as the topic asks for, can G20 be the mirror of our futuristic India? See, yes or no, this is a secondary answer. But first of all, we need to understand that our country is a country which believes in coexistence and follows the motto of live and let live. But we have G20 having a consensus-based decision-making approach, which ultimately lead to big problems. G20 has always tried to run away from its problems, never critically addresses global issues. Now, some of my worthy opponents said that G20's major objective is to eradicate terrorism and maintain global world peace, right? But I'd like to question them. Where did it go during the Russia-Ukraine war? Why was it not able to? Oh, sorry, I'd like to reframe. It could have been able to, but had no time to solve that miseries. Why? Was it sleeping? Then, in fact, USA-China trade war was one of the key points in G20's objectives. But where was this Russia-Ukraine war? Not even in the list. In that regard, I'd come to India. G20 playing a big role in India's future. Best example, India is currently holding the presidency of G20 summits, right?
But did it benefit us anyway in holding a permanent membership in the United Nations? Despite the fact that we are the 5th largest economy in the world. And thing to be noted is that we are way above United Kingdom, which is already a permanent member. This hypocrisy of G20 also reflected during the tough times of the COVID pandemic, when the whole world was suffering with the COVID, Delta and Omicron waves, when there was a huge gap between the distribution and production of vaccines and medicines. India was the country who stepped up and provided 100 countries with remdesivir injections and 120 countries with Covishield and Covaxin. It did not wait for G20 to wake up from hibernation and help other countries. It did not. Another threat is stagflation. That is the stagnation or slowing down of growth, which is going hand in hand with rising inflation. This is a big threat. India believes in Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. That is the whole world to be bound in together as one single family. Our ideologies are no way similar to the cold and selfish ones of this G20. We want everyone to work together and ultimately achieve success. That is what we want to achieve. Thank you. And finally, I'd like to say, time for our eyes to be opened.
Yep, 5.
F5. No men in the world are strange, no men are foreign. This is human heart that we shall defile. Let's remember, whenever we are told to hate our brothers, that is ourselves, that we shall disposes, betray, condemn. Esteemed judges, allied gathering, and my dear fellow participant, I am F5. Feel myself highly privileged to open up my heart on the topic G20, a mirror of futuristic India. Yes, I am in the favor of the motion. G20 is the premier forum for the international economic cooperation, representing around 85% of the global GDP, around 80% of the global trade, and about 2/3 of the world population. In the last year, it was in the hand of Indonesia, and it will again go to the hand of Brazil in the next very year. It is a matter of great pride and pleasure that India has been conformed to our so-called ethically, spiritually, culturally enlightened and technologically developed motherland India. India is going to hold 200 meetings in 32 different sectors in multiple locations across India. The G20 summit to held this year 2023 would be the one of the highest profile international gathering was hosted by India, and New Delhi will be the capital of global diplomacy. Is not a great honor of inexpressible cheer for us? India is a confluence of highest, richest, noblest cultural heritage, and a unique nation maintaining unity in diversity is always preaching the noblest doctrine of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. And the main motto of our country after holding the glorious status of being presidency of G20 is one world, one family, and one future. The world is, of course, now in a state of disruption due to pressing problems like Russia-Ukraine war, Western action on energy, climatic change, global recession, monstrous act of terrorism, and so on and so on.
as viewed by our Honorable Prime Minister, Sri Narendra Damodar Das Modi, even if the world is in a deep crisis, we can still progress and can make the world a better place. This is what the world needs most today, their knowledge and prosperity, which can help us overcome in all the circumstances. As viewed by our most dynamic leader, Dr. S. Jaishankar, the Honorable Minister of External Affairs has broadly propounded that India has been emerged as a hub of manufacturing jobs, trusted technology, properly collaborate with all the superpowers by our noblest culture to love and serve all. India is proud to assume the presidency of G20. Guided by the noble vision, the foreign policy of India has been evolving to a global leader, venturing to amicably settle all the pressing international issues. It is expected with robust optimism that India will crown with amazing glory and success. That's all. Thank you all for patient hearing.
A6.
A6.
Wrapped under the curtain of modernization and globalization, the world is dashing towards a new era where it has struck the theme One Earth, One Family, One Future. The G20 presidency of India emphasizes its eternal emotion on Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. Yes, friends, today is the hours of interpreting some vital lines on the futuristic aspects of India in connection to the string of G20 achievements. Esteemed chairperson of this prosperous show, honorable judges, mentors, bunch of intellectuals, and my kids and kids of DAV era. Obviously, I am on this pulpit purposefully before you all with the topic which has been a topic on the discussion table of Super Brains. Friends, ladies and gentlemen, the allocated topic for today is G20, a mirror of futuristic India. I strongly oppose this motion with significant emphasis. The G20 summit is held annually under the leadership of a rotating presidency and is initially focused on large, broad macroeconomic issues. But it has since expanded its agenda to inter alia that includes trade, marketing, agriculture, health, sustainable development, energy, environment, etc. The major challenges faced by India today are poverty, illiteracy, unemployment, casteism, regionalism, terrorism, alcoholism, drugs abuse, violence against women, and many more. But these problems are yet to be placed within the air of G20 summit. Today, India is at the driver's seat of the globe. But these problems are not going to be affected through the means of this. India's strength for the platform of 2050 depends on improving governance, raising basic educational achievements, increasing quality and quantity of universities, introducing a credible